grateful that we're all here. I want to give a special shout out to members of our writing committee who had to drive early this morning in order to be able to participate with us. And we appreciate very much that sacrifice. Grateful for our board members who are here. We have Vice Chair Emily Green. We have Sarah Reel, Natalie Klein, Jenny Earl, and myself, Randy Booth. Express appreciation to our Assistant AG, Brian Quisenberry, for attending, and Dr. Patty Norman and her executive assistant, Andrea. We're so grateful for her preparation for the meeting. And I know there are 1,000 staff members out there who have prepared. We've enjoyed the templates that you worked so hard on, and we appreciate your facilitation of our discussion today. So as we begin today officially, Andrea, did we need to do something about streaming before we move on, or are we all right?
No, I think Jerry's already started that. I think you're ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Vice Chair, would you like to take a moment and kind of set the stage and just quickly do an overview of the game plan for our afternoon together?
Okay, there we go. Yes, let me just bring up this. Okay, so we welcome, and again, thank you everybody for being here. We are just going to start out with, we are here for the English Language Arts Standards revision to address those items that we were not able to in our last session. And so I know that there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes to get to this point. So we would like to start out with the ELA standards revision. And then from that, we would like to open it up to also some special discussion on other standards or amendments that we might consider bringing forward to the full board next week. And we'd like to keep the beginning of this meeting specifically to all things ELA. As time allows, we will then transition into college and career awareness standards revision and then the digital literacy standards revision process. And again, at that, we will make sure to make a separate, I don't know if it's a motion, but action towards going into those areas as time permits. And so if we would like to start with our ELA and bring those up, I think we can just send that out and we can begin. Randy, was there anything else that you would like to say? Oh, we can't hear you.
Going to have to get used to the mute button. I apologize. Dr. Norman, you had a matter of business.
Yes, just as a matter of tradition, I'm wondering if either of you would like to recognize or welcome the writing committee members that have taken time off today. As part of this step, they are required to be here to be able to answer any of your questions today. I don't know, Vice Chair Green or board member or Chair Booth, if you'd like to recognize them and just have them turn their camera on and do a quick wave.
That's great. I mentioned them a moment ago when I thanked them for getting up so early this morning and traveling. But I would love to know how many of them we have and who is here from the writing committee.
We've got from our elementary, if you guys just want to wave, Susan Henry, Susan Goldsberry, hello, Jenny Graviot. And our secondary, we have, oh, did I miss Amy? Amy Sandgren. And Ashley Addy. I'm probably saying some of these wrong. And Trent Mikesell. Thank you.
Did that cover everybody? Are there any others that have slipped in from the writing committee? All right, we appreciate so much their being here. Board Member Reel, did you have a question?
Thank you. And thank you to the writing committee. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. I have a comment and a question. My comment is that Randy, you look great in that color, Chair Booth. I love it. And my question is, when we, as far as the agenda goes, if we're going to be reviewing the ELA amendments that Member Earl sent over, do we believe we'll have enough time to also review the amendments that we're going to be then reviewing from Member Klein in the full board meeting? I just want to make sure we get to college and career digital literacy. And I worry with the amount of amendments, we won't have time. So I'm wondering, as a suggestion, if we possibly put a time limit on, once we've gone through all of Member Earl's amendments and voted on the ELA standards, that we then set a time limit for that discussion, just to make sure that we, as Chair Booth mentioned in our last meeting, we have work to do and we need to get it done. And I want to make sure we get through all of it today.
Thank you. Vice Chair Green, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, so we had discussion around this. I think the best move forward is that we work through the amendments that we have from Earl, and that also allows other possible clarification on other possible amendments. So we won't know how much time is needed until after this first portion. I think at that point, we want to put it out and have a brief discussion and get a consensus as committee members on what we feel would be a quality amount of time to do the work that we need to do. It was also in our emails and coordinating this meeting that we are here as a special motion directly and specifically to the ELA revision process. So anything that is outside of that is kind of icing on the cake. While recognizing we do want to accomplish our work, we are here in a special session specifically for that reason. And so I didn't want any kind of external pressure that would eliminate the quality of work we're trying to accomplish with the special session for this special motion. So I think the best move forward is let's work through the amendments, check in with each other on how much time we feel is needed. And then if we want to make that motion, we can make that motion at the time.
All right. I might also add that as you've studied the amendments, you'll note that some of the amendments overlap. And on the amendments that were presented in the 30-day period by Board Member Earl, those amendments that overlap with, for example, Board Member Klein's amendments, Board Member Klein would certainly be free to amend or work on those specific strands or items that are already being brought forth through the regular process. And then as we finish with that work, then that's when we would spend some time discussing, taking no action, but discussing and hearing from Board Member Klein on the excellent work that she's put before us in her amendments, and then action would be taken before the full board. This would give us a head start on understanding some of the key issues that we've been able to study and that she has brought forward after the 30-day period. All right, so Board Member Klein, you had a question or comment?
Yes, I would move that the committee approve the Klein ELA standard amendments in full and move to the full board for approval on the second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion that the committee approve the full.
Chair Booth, if I can interject, it seems to me action taken on all of Member Klein's proposed standards is out of order.
Point of order, staff injecting themselves.
I am the parliamentarian, so I think I'm eligible to inject myself here.
Thank you, A.G. Quisenberry. I believe that my
Yeah, but-
understanding in recent conversations earlier today with board leadership that we are to discuss only and take no action on any amendments that were presented after the 30-day period.
Point of order.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
The parliamentarian, according to Robert's rules, is not supposed to interject, only respond when asked, when he's first asked.
I'm happy to respond as the board's legal counsel. So you're welcome, committee members, to take my legal advice on this point. As I've indicated in previous emails, and as I'm indicating now, action, not discussion, but action taken on Member Klein's proposed revisions outside the 30-day windows improper.
Point of order. Can you show me in the bylaws where it says that an amendment can't be made that is outside the 30-day process?
It's in the process, which I've shown.
Where
you.
is it in the bylaw?
It's in
Point
the
of order,
process.
where is it in the bylaw?
Already answered.
Bylaw, all of the exceptions to the rules, to Robert's rules have to be in the bylaws. Please
Says
show me
who?
where in the bylaws it says that that amendments cannot be brought forward.
So you can either take-
Member
You can either
Klein,
take my legal advice or
Member
you
Klein,
can take Member
may,
Klein's
may
advice.
I, as the chair, just interject something here? Member Klein, we are committed to studying and considering every one of your amendments. I've personally studied all of them and will continue to do so. And they will be brought forward as any other amendment is brought forward, just in the proper time as it has been explained to me. And that would not be today in terms of action, but would rather be in a full board setting. That's the next
Point
time
of-
we take action.
Okay, point of order. There is a ranking of precedence in what takes precedence in a situation like this. First is the law. Second is corporate charter. This is according to Robert's rules. Third is bylaws or constitution. Fourth is rules of order, meaning parliamentary procedure. Under that, then comes special rules of order and parliamentary authority. And then fifth is standing rules, which is administrative details or processes, and sixth is custom. So in order to override Robert's rules of order that allows committee members to bring forward motions that are on the agenda, that are germane to the agenda item, it would have to be in the bylaws to override that.
That's incorrect.
Show
Can
me
you
where in the
clarify
bylaws there is an exception.
I've already spoken. You can either take my legal advice or Member Klein's legal advice.
Okay, from the parliamentarian or the AG, where in the bylaws does it state that I cannot
doesn't
bring
need to be
forward a
stated.
motion?
It does not need to be stated in the bylaws, as I've indicated multiple times.
This is a farce. We are completely not following process as it is in Robert's Rules of Order and in our bylaws. And our AAG is encouraging us to not follow what is in Robert's rules. Our parliamentarian is out of order. There's a motion on the table. I call the question.
Board Member Klein, I would appreciate your consideration.
It's not debatable.
I'm not debating. I'm asking you as a good human being to honor your other board member colleagues here who are bending over backwards and are completely committed to considering every one of your ideas. And we are
There's-
doing so according to direction we've received from board leadership. We will hear you. We will listen to you. We will do everything possible to make this possible. We don't have time if we're working for children, for Utah's children, to get stuck in a big brouhaha about rules and whatever.
Okay, are we going to not follow
do it.
rules
I'm
anymore?
going to be compliant with what they say.
Okay,
I
so
learned in school that I should be compliant with rules.
point of order,
I
this,
should follow
I'm
leadership.
simply trying to follow what is rule, the Roberts Rules of Order and our bylaws.
Well,
If
thank
we
you for
want-
your wonderful
we're-
cooperation. You certainly make me feel like a colleague who's respected.
We need to follow, if we want to have respect for each other, we need to follow the hierarchy of precedence. And we are not
But
following
you
that.
are
This has
not
nothing
a
to do.
lawyer.
This
You are not
has
the
nothing
attorney
to.
for the board. of
Okay, so
education.
show me. I've asked our AAG to show me where it says that I cannot bring forward a motion, and he has refused to do so.
May,
Yes.
He's the
may I-
parliamentary.
Let's vote on the motion. I'm
motion.
happy to call this to question. Call it to
Let's
question.
vote on the motion.
Thank you.
All right.
could we please have the motion put in front of us on the screen? I don't even, I
No,
can't.
the motions
know
will be
what it is.
over in this column in red. The motion that is on right now is right here. Is that big enough for everyone to see?
To approve, thank you very much, Dr. Norman. To approve board member, oh, we lost it. There we go. Thank you. To approve board member Klein's amendments and move them to full board for approval. Let's vote. I can't see all of the,
I'm missing Emily's and Natalie's vote.
Does this, I'm sorry, does this mean there's no discussion to?
Call the
board member
question.
clients?
when someone calls the question, there's generally not discussion.
I should be able to speak to my motion, which
All
I
right,
was never asked.
please
to
go
do.
right ahead. Thank you for helping me understand.
Okay, so I
Here,
simply
Booth,
wanted,
It was called the question. That means that there's no debate, period, from anyone.
well, it's not debate. It was just I never got a chance to speak to the motion, and that was simply, I was trying to do this to save us time. And if this doesn't pass, then I'll bring them forward one at a time as requested
Well,
previously.
two people have called the question.
So we probably need to vote on calling the question before we call the question. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so Randy, I think the vote would need to be on calling the question.
Okay, we have a motion to vote on calling the question.
Mhm.
Is there any further discussion regarding that?
I think it's non-debatable.
Hey,
That's
I'm
That's
sorry, my
what we
computer
said a
just
minute
said,
ago.
sorry to interrupt. My computer just said it's restarting in 56 seconds. So I vote no on passing on. I vote yes to calling to question if I lose you.
Thank you. All right, then let's go ahead and vote. And what we're voting on is whether to call the question. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you very much. Everyone vote.
That vote passes 3-2.
Thank you. Now, the next vote is Natalie Klein's motion to approve board member Klein's amendments and move them to full board for approval. Please.
Can we
Any
ask a
further
question on
discussion?
that?
What's that?
Yeah, I just have a question.
We called the
Go ahead.
question, so we have to go to the vote. It got passed. Oh, is it a point of order?
No, it was just a clarifying question.
Yeah.
I guess I was just anticipating being able to have a discussion and that would be a part of voting in favor of this motion. But it seems that if we voted for that, it would just eliminate the discussion and go right to full board.
That's accurate. No, well, depending on how people voted, so.
Okay, so we're voting now then? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
And that vote fails with Natalie in favor, with member Klein in favor.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on then to what? Is there another motion? Or are there amendments? Okay.
Are
Board
there,
Member Earl.
I think we have to, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have to place the motion to move the draft forward to the full board. Is that accurate? Okay, let me, unless someone has the language, I'm happy to look it up real quick here.
I've highlighted
there
the
on the
language on this
screen.
sheet.
Okay. Where am I seeing it? I'm not seeing it yet, right?
It's.
Oh,
in red.
there it is. Sorry. I'd like to make a motion that the committee will determine a path for moving the standards forward, either final draft review and approval for full board in regular meeting, or final draft review and approval by full board in special session.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. The committee will determine a path for moving the standards forward. A, final draft review and approval by full board in regular meeting, or B, final draft review and approval by full board in special session. Is there any discussion? Or would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I have an amendment to the motion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So it would be my amendment 1, which is under reading 5, including students will learn to proficiently read and comprehend. Yes, so it would add including seminal U.S. documents of historical and literary significance to grades to 5R, 6R, 7-8R, 9-10R, and 11-12R.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or questions from the board? Board Member Klein. Oh, you're on mute.
I just have an amendment after Jenny, after hers is voted on.
All right, thank you. Board Member Reel.
Hi, thank you. I apologize. My computer is apparently deciding to do an update right now. I have some questions, Member Earl, about this. I love historical documents and I love seminal U.S. historical documents, but I worry about the reading level on a lot of those documents. I would love it if my students enjoyed a lot of these documents, even at the higher ed college level, but a lot of these documents are above the reading level for these standards. And I also worry about them being taught by ELA teachers when we want to try and have the experts in the field focusing on these documents because they have the expertise as social studies educators. And so I love the idea, truly love the idea of integrating it into ELA, but I do worry about the reading level, and then as well as having to have them be taught by those that aren't experts in the field. And so I'm wondering what your thought was on this and your intention on this amendment.
Yeah, I'll tell you 2 things. We just finished our social studies standards, which does impact the 5th and 6th grade here, which we do send educators and students to the original source documents, which would be these very documents. Just a couple of things. We have taken out of the upper grades. Previously, we had referenced very specific content from American history to be used, and they were used within the classroom. This just allows that choice to still be made within the classroom setting. So if there are items that are, as you indicated, maybe a little harder or more difficult, then a teacher could clearly make that decision. I just think if to me, this is an important priority. And when we took those out, we didn't replace it with anything. This just allows it to be replaced. It doesn't, in my view, it doesn't say that this is the only thing you're going to do. It just says that you should include this as part of your, within the context. And I do think the research shows that when you have historical stories as well as documents, that there is an interest that's peaked and increase in reading level. So.
Can I follow up, Chair?
Please go ahead.
Is there a way for us to make it more of a recommendation, or saying like,
how I don't know, are you suggesting?
I just
something?
I don't want to make it be, it feels like it's required. And I like the suggestion, and I do agree. I mean, I worry it takes 2 class periods for us to get through Federalist number 10. And even the Constitution in a lot of ways can be difficult to digest and understand for K through 12, especially even for college students. And so having so much experience in teaching these documents, I just worry about it. And I like the idea. And if there is a classroom setting where the students are able and the teacher is motivated and has maybe background in that it's a great suggestion. I just want to make it not seem like it's required.
So I guess in my mind, I think it still just says, to me, it still says flexibility, meaning we used to tell them, read one of these 5, right? Or read, I mean, we gave very specifics. This leaves that flexibility, I think, open to where it could be longer, shorter. And I'm not sure if there was a way to do what you're saying, but I do think that this, we do want this to be emphasized. So anyways, I know Board Member Green has her hand up as well, so.
Board Member Green, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do like that we could include that. I think it's important. I mean, my 4th and 5th graders start the Patriot Award, and they literally memorize the Gettysburg Address and put on an entire performance where they've memorized lots of literature. So I don't see it being outside of the grades 5 through 12. I think it's a wonderful complement. And again, it enriches the curriculum that's put in front of them as a include, not you just have to do this, or this is the only thing. I think I'm wondering about the word seminal, and maybe it could be used as original source. I don't know, Member Earl, if you could clarify the difference between seminal and original source.
Seminal would be foundational. So that's foundational U.S. documents of historical or literary significance is what that would be. So that's the intent there.
Okay.
If someone wanted to change that, they could make an amendment to do that.
Are there any further questions or discussion regarding this motion?
I would just say that I appreciate this amendment and Jenny's thoughtfulness in putting it forward. I know that we have code that requires these documents to be and these teachings to be integrated throughout all of our course standards. And so in light of that, I appreciate her making sure that that is included so that it is a priority as it should be. And I would also just say, if you want something fun to look at, just do a Google of the old 1800 or 18th century or 19th century test that the 8th graders would have to take in order to graduate. And they were experts on these things. So they're very capable. If the expectation is there and the quality teaching is there that we say we believe in, our kids can accomplish and master these great concepts.
Thank you very much, Member Klein. Any other discussion? Right.
Nope.
You had the opportunity, I'm sure, to read the response from the writing committee. It's not here in this document anymore. I thought I read it earlier today. Yes, Dr. Norman.
Yes, I apologize. I can't raise my hand because I'm the host on this meeting. Just to quickly orient you to this chart for those in the public and for those online today. There's 5 different areas, or 6. The first has a number over here on the far left side. That number is what was called forward, as Vice Chair Earl called forward number 1 and then spoke to the original. So if we look up here, what's in this column was what came in from draft 10 that was presented to the board for their 30-day review. The second is board feedback. So if we look right here, it named who the board member was. It was Vice Chair Jenny Earl. And then it talked about what she would like for it to change. Then on it, it was a proposed final standard. That was the writing committee in response. They didn't change that standard. And then it's the writing committee rationale. And then over here for today's meeting, and then in future meetings, which we'd love to have feedback on the far right, it would put the motion that's on the table will be in red over here. And then the final vote will always be over here in this right-hand column. So if we go to what's on the table right now, this right here, again, was what was presented initially. This was a board member feedback within the 30 days. The writing committee did not make a change, and this was their rationale. And then right here, again, is what is on the table at this moment in time, the amendment to the very first amendment of bringing forward the standards.
Thank you,
Thank
Patty.
you very much. I appreciate that. So seeing no other comments, would members of the board please vote?
Sorry, I couldn't get to my mute. That amendment passes with 3-2.
Thank you very much. Board Member Klein. You're on mute.
Yes, I'd like to bring forward a motion to amend the introduction.
I have a question, Chair.
Thank you. Go
Are
ahead.
we going through just the amendments that are here that were recently presented, or is there opportunity to add additional amendments at this point?
My understanding and what I tried to explain, and I think what Vice Chair Green tried to explain, was that any amendments that had to do with the same amendment, the same passages, strands, standards that were being discussed as they were proposed by Vice Chair Earl, were open game for other board members to join and make amendments to those amendments, but that new amendments that were not part of the 30-day period would wait for discussion after we've completed the work that is listed here in this document.
So if I may continue, my motion is to delete will need to intervene in order to fill the students' skill gaps, and add in will provide academic remediation in its place.
Chair Booth, the introduction is not germane here to the proposed amendments that member Earl has brought, and so this motion would be out of order.
Thank you. We'll consider that in a few minutes after we've completed Vice Chair Earl's amendments. Vice Chair Earl.
The motion that I sent earlier, it's a slight change from the original second motion. Did you? Patty, I don't know if I emailed that earlier. Did you by chance get that? Yes, this would be it. And I want to make one slight change to it. It says, so it would be striking, the blue would be stricken. So I don't know, maybe you can just strike that out. That's what's currently listed there as my, yeah, if you go down, I don't know who's running the computer. Oh, maybe you're putting it in.
May I?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm following everything to an absolute T. So I think, and someone state if it is or not, I think what has to happen is this original amendment has to be brought up, and then you can amend your amendment, because that's what's brought up first, and then amend that.
That's fine. I can do that.
Okay.
So that I would
Stay within
make a
yeah.
substitute amendment to what I have there.
A point of order. I'm not trying
Thank
to
you.
be,
Board Member Klein, what?
I'm not trying to be a problem, but our staff continues to interject themselves, and they are not, according to Robert's rules, supposed to do that unless called upon.
I believe she's seeking clarification on the process.
I think she was trying to
Robert's
get at what-
rules of order says that they are to respond when asked, but not before.
All right, I'll try to do a better job of asking.
So I'd like to make a substitute
Vice Chair
amendment to
Earl.
the original amendment.
I guess so. We're all about motions and substitute motions. Here we go.
So under the reading standard 6, that would be for grades. I don't believe it's in preschool, so kindergarten through 12th grade. It would strike when reading text, including those from diverse cultures and of historical significance, and it changed that to read from a diverse set of changed one word here. Read from a diverse set of original source. So instead of authentic text, would you, Patty, I don't know if you can make the change to original source. Source text, yeah. Original source text. Balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods. And then the second part of that would be, it would repeat the same language, but it would repeat it in the 6th through 12th grade under the reading informational text. It would say the same thing. It would strike when reading text, including those from diverse cultures and historically significant, but it would then read from a diverse set of original source text balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods. And the second part of that would be to add in in the body. Oh, I just lost my motion. To change in the body. I apologize. It's not. Let me pull it back up. Under reading strand, there's a section that says Text should reflect a variety of. Okay, and it would say literary text can instill a deep appreciation for beauty, art, and truth while expanding students' minds to better understand the human condition. Teachers should select not authentic text. I'm correcting that. Original source text in their classrooms. And then original source texts are unadapted and intact text in their original complexity. These texts are composed for purposes outside the school setting. So that's the bottom part. It's just removing the authentic and putting in original source. Okay, Patty, are you raising your hand?
Yes, so I'm being called.
Patty, would you please?
Thank you. Okay, so I want to make sure that I have it in here correctly. And so I have the original amendment was over here on the second column.
Yep.
And so then you're amending that amendment to, and just
I actually,
have it.
yeah,
So it says, do you want me to read it out loud, or can you see it?
no, I can read it.
Okay, so just making sure that this is correct.
Okay, that looks good.
And then also then pulling up this one. And this was specific to, what was the header on this one?
So that would, yes, that would be the 6th through 12th. I don't know that that's the header, but that would the
Okay.
grades that it would apply to. And then it would be
Okay.
the same strike when reading text, including those from diverse cultures. And I wouldn't be adding
Well,
the
strike
historically,
this.
yeah. And then it would have the language in there.
From the previous one above,
Yeah, yep.
read from a diverse set of.
Do I have it correctly now?
Yes.
And so this is
Historically, take out the historically and historically significant documents. And then I'll speak to and you know what, the other part we can add later that wasn't originally part of this item. I can make a motion later on, but and let me just speak to this. Trying to balance out just that, making sure we're including the diverse cultures that we want in there across different areas, the time periods, instead of focusing back on historically significant documents, again, just referring to time periods. I think the language is I think it's better aligned, so it isn't an over focus on one area or another, and it's clear. Otherwise, I think we've got to put a definition of diverse cultures, that we've got to list that somewhere so we understand what that is and what it's not. So in place of that, I would just recommend we made these changes. So.
All right. Board Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Member Earl, but actually well, maybe this is actually better if the writing committee helps me out with this, as I'm not an ELA expert. What does adding in I like the amendment. I would prefer if we took out original source and just said reading from a diverse set of texts, balance across genres, cultures, and time periods, because I'm trying to understand original source. And I'd love if the writing committee maybe has some expertise on what that means, and if that makes it provides any issues on any text that they currently use, which would mean they could no longer use by using that word original source, that definition. Is there someone from the secondary ed writing committee that could explain that what original?
I can tell you what my thinking is while someone's thinking about responding.
Okay.
My thinking is that sometimes we get pieces of things instead of the actual content of stories or the actual content of work. And sometimes they're altered or changed in such a way that it's it's the unabridged or the abridged version, right, of some kind of a strong literary piece. And the point of this would be to keep the strength of the literary piece itself and not weaken that. At least that's what my intent is.
And I agree with that. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
And if that is what that means, then I agree with this amendment. And I just want to make sure it's not taking anything out that might be considered or could be interpreted as original source, that they're like, oh, now we can't use that text. So I don't know if anyone that actually teaches a class in here is way smarter than I am can answer that.
Do we have someone from the writing committee? I can't see.
Or possibly Sarah. I don't know if she has any expertise. I mean, she does, but if she has any comments on that.
May I respond, Chair?
Please do.
Hi, Sarah Whipkey, Literacy Coordinator for the Utah State Board of Education. We do have some guests on, some writing committee guests. I think they're maybe a little less familiar with our procedures and they're just wanting to follow all of them. And so if Jenny or Trent or Ashley are willing to speak about it, if you would like to just raise your hand and be called upon so that you can answer the board members' questions.
Jenny, please go ahead.
Hey, Jenny Gravitt, English language arts teacher. I teach 9th grade English. I wrote a couple of notes as you were talking, and here's some thoughts that I had, and other members of the writing committee, feel free to speak up. I think a couple of things that concern me with original source is it's not something we normally hear in English language arts, and I think it could be confusing to, teach teachers what that's supposed to mean. It sounds more like a social studies standard. I also, in my brain, I think, well, original source, that's pretty much anything, because if a writer writes it, that's original source. The other thing that comes to mind is, what about when you need to cite excerpts or you need to allow for adaptations? We do that frequently in English language arts. And I think that could be problematic in the English language arts classroom. And it's just not really a term used in ELA. So those are the thoughts that I have from the writing committee, and let me know if you have any other questions or need clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Are there any other writing committee members that want to chime in? I can't.
Member Earl, if you would consider a friendly amendment on that to remove original source and just say read from a diverse set of text balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods. Maybe
yeah,
that
or you can make an amendment too if you wanted. You could just make an amendment to the amendment if you wanted. So
okay. Either way works. Whatever's easiest.
Okay.
Would you like to speak to that amendment, Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's clear, and I like the amendment that member Earl had, and I think it was a good balance on what we've been talking about over the last few months about these standards. And so I just want to make sure it's clear, because I was a little worried about certain texts being off limits or causing confusions with our ELA educators. So
thank you.
Point of order. Are we making an amendment to the amendment? And if so, do we need to vote on that? I'm trying to track where we are right now with between Earl's and member Reels.
Needs to be a motion.
It
it can be a motion unless it's friendly, right?
Yeah, I would say if it's unanimous that there's no dispute, then you could friendly amendment it.
Okay.
And so I guess I want to ask member Earl, is this a friendly amendment to your amendment? Just for
Yeah,
clarity.
I actually think it is, because I do see that original sources end up, especially when you're talking different types of writing, fictional or otherwise, what does that original source look like? I mean, I think Jenny Gravitt spoke to that just a little bit in thinking about this. Of course, if we're using, I don't know if there's a way to articulate that, but maybe my paragraph that I would like to insert later after we've done the other ones, can I articulate that? So
Point of order. It may not be friendly to all. I think we should vote on it.
okay, then that's what we can do.
That's
Great.
fine.
So if you'll help me, what is it that we're voting on?
Can I ask another question to the experts before we go? I just want to know if that's okay, Chair, if I ask another question just before the amendment. Is if we say, because in my research on the authentic text, which is the language that you had in before, that made items like graphic novels, screenplays, adaptations, those would be considered not included. And I had concerns about that. And so I just don't know if there is, if original, whatever, or the original one with authentic, and then now this amendment, if that causes any confusion too. I want to make sure that we're protecting things like screenplays, adaptations, and graphic novels, as we know that they're good for unmotivated readers and those that struggle with reading. And so that was my intention of amending it to just make sure that we aren't limiting in the text that we can allow our educators to use. And so with the language that you used amending your amendment from what you sent over earlier this morning, does that include graphic novels, screenplays, and adaptations? Like would ELA teachers feel like they couldn't use those with your amendment?
So are you addressing that to Vice Chair Earl or to Jenny Gravitt?
I would say Jenny Gravitt, or Sarah, if either of those no.
Yeah, that'd be great. Sarah or Jenny, could you respond?
Jenny, do you want to go first since your name was called first?
Oh, you know what? I was just, Sarah, Board Member Reel, would you be so kind as to restate the question? I think you're asking if it would include or what does that mean by original text, correct? Go ahead.
Yes. Would the amendment including original source text, would that then say, well, I can't use an adaptation, I can't use a screenplay, I can't use a graphic novel because those aren't considered original source text?
I think this could be open to interpretation, but if I'm being a purist, I would worry about translations. I would worry about adaptations. I would worry about graphic novels that have been modified from their original source. It just would not make sense for me as an English teacher, especially even when you're taking poetry that's been adapted. I mean, we had a standard that you would compare similar text based on the same thing. I just think that would muddy the waters and it would limit me as an English teacher. Sarah, I don't know if you have anything else to add with that.
I actually think what you just shared was better than anything I would have said. So great job explaining what it means, especially in your current position where you are currently a teacher in the classroom teaching and will be teaching these standards. So I think you did a great job.
Okay, thank you. Then I will make the amendment then.
All right, thank you.
And point of order, then, if we are making an amendment, could we have it just from Robert's rules here? Because it seems that we pick and choose what we follow. So if we could just follow what it says about friendly amendments, that it has to be adopted by the full body, either by a vote or by unanimous consent. So if we could make this official.
Yeah, I don't think it was I think
informal.
Board Member Klein wanted the actual amendment. So you'll just need to make that
we're not
amendment.
doing a friendly.
Yeah.
We're doing a regular amendment. It's not friendly. Okay, so the motion or the amendment on the floor is, would you please restate it, Board Member Reel?
Yeah, my amendment is to remove, oh gosh, now I don't have her original language, but remove the words original source.
That used to be
Oh, yeah.
before the
Yeah.
text.
To now read, now have the amendment read from a diverse set of texts, balance across genres, cultures, and time periods. And then the rest stays the same.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So is there discussion or are we ready to vote? If we're ready to vote, please do so now.
And that vote passes 3-2 with Member Klein and Member Booth or Member Green opposed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're back to Member Earl, is that correct?
Yeah, unless someone else has another comment, we can place the motion.
I'm ready to vote.
Great. And what we're voting on now is that we're changing the standard, reading standard 6 for K through 12th grades to read from a diverse set of texts balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods, and determine the theme, how characters respond to challenges, or how the speaker reflects upon a topic, and summarize the text.
I'd like to amend the amendment.
All right, Board Member Klein.
I would add in the language so that it reads, oh, I can't see what it says. Okay, read from a diverse set of classic literary texts balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods.
So the 2 words classic literary, is that correct?
Yes. Classical literary texts.
All right, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nope.
Okay. Any discussion? Board Member Reel.
I do have a question. Is this making it more? Member Klein, what is your intention on adding that, and what is your rationale for believing that should be included?
Questioning, Robert's rule says you can't question the motives. I'm simply putting forward the motion and I chose not to speak to it. So we can just.
In order to vote on it, I need to understand why you think it's important to add that to the English language standards. I know that classic literary works are used in our English classes across the state from all grade levels. So I don't understand. It feels very, very narrowing for our educators. So is there a certain reason?
Point of order.
Yeah.
Can we, Attorney General Quisenberry, could you please reference the board member to board member questioning, please?
Well, sure. If the committee wanted to be more formalistic, then they would ask the chair to speak and go through the chair rather than from board member to board member. We are in a committee meeting, and so the rules can be relaxed. And one last thing, and a committee member does not need to respond to a question.
Could you please read that? And I'm only saying this, and Member Reel, I hope this is friendly conversation. What we've been working on as leadership as well is trying to create an environment where motives are not demeaned or demoralized or challenged in a way that would make make the amender, you can question all you want. Let's question as well, but it seems a bit targeted. So I just feel like to get on the same page as a committee, I want this read specifically, please. And I think this will just help us engage with each other.
Real.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was disrespectful for asking you a question about your amendment. And I would love to have a respectful conversation that was productive, but if this is important for us to read those Robert's rules, I'm fine with that. I've been in all the committee meetings so far and we haven't had to worry about that. I am happy to back up any sort of amendment that I ever bring up with definitive rationale and reasoning and data and evidence and research, because that is our role and our job. And I am happy to not ask Member Klein any more questions about her amendments if that is something that she would prefer. We don't need to go into Robert rules. It seems unnecessary to me, and I'm
It
fine.
is very, very appropriate that we read, please. And this is why we have Attorney General Quisenberry here. I need specifics, not just general statements.
Hey, Quisenberry,
Whenever Attorney General Quisenberry is ready.
You're asking me for specifics about board member to board member communication?
I am.
And as
By
I've
the body. I have it here. I could read it. I just thought that you were here and I would like to see.
No, I've got
Here.
the book here at 700 pages. So if you've already got to it, then please share.
No, I would like you to do it, please.
Tell me what page you're at. That might save me from going through the 700 pages here.
31.
I think it's page 31 on the revised, the shortened, the brief edition. If I may help you, it says it's.
I would like, we
It's
have,
just as far as a reference for the larger book.
Yeah,
It's,
sure.
I think it's referencing the Roner 12th edition 43 21, if that helps. I don't know. On debate issues, not personalities.
Yeah, I might have a different edition than you. We could certainly save time by you reading this or someone else reading this, or we can keep waiting and I'll just keep reading here. Look for it.
the point is, you know, I'll just, I mean, if you've got it again.
No, I don't. I'm just reading. But don't wait for me, please, if you want to continue.
Look, okay, so we're going to clear the air a little bit. I have been asked as a vice chair what the role is of having staff here. And if it's okay if you interject. My understanding is that when we have conflict or we aren't clarified in what is going on, and if we do have point of orders, staff is here specifically to help us maneuver through this. I feel that I'm being mocked right now with you holding the book that way. You are the professional. I'm asking a genuine question because I'm trying to genuinely create an environment where board members are not demoralized by things or questions. And it says, it says when a motion is pending, you may attack the idea or likely results of the proposal in strong terms, but you must avoid personalities. Under no circumstances can you attack or question the motives of another member. If you disagree with someone else's statement, you cannot say in debate that the statement is false. You might instead say, I believe there is strong evidence that the member is mistaken. Terms such as fraud, liar, or lie must never be used about a member in debate. So I'm just in referencing, questioning the motive of why Natalie would do this. It seems like it's minimizing, and Member Real, you can bring that in. But please, I would ask also some respect from the situation, Attorney General Quisenberry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Again, the double standards that I feel like surface in these meetings, I just can't even wrap my head around it. I have been told why staff is here. I have been asked on 3 separate occasions, phone call, text, and email, how would you like staff to engage? I gave a very respectful response on the email saying, we do not want to create a hostile environment. It is wonderful that staff is there, and we need them here. That is why you are here. And then when I get asked for some genuine clarity, I am mocked by a book being put up like this. I want
Point of
us to be
order. Point of order.
Point of order.
I think you got your question answered. I'm not sure I saw Board Member Real's question the same way. And I do think I felt like it was a genuine question, but if Board Member Klein felt it wasn't, or there was an attack there, then we can do that. The comment's been read. I think we can move on with the next part. If Board Member Real wants to ask a clarifying question, let's do that. If not, then we need to move on with the next piece of our agenda.
Then ask. Member Real, could you please clarify your question so I understand what you still need to know?
My question, Vice Chair Green, was what is the intention and rationale for putting classic literary into this amendment, as I was wondering if it would make it limiting for the text that our ELA instructors use.
Thank you. Member Klein, would you like to respond to that to add some clarity?
No, she doesn't choose to.
All right.
All
And-
right.
I do have a question. Chair Booth, I don't know if you can see my hand.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, while I do want the classic literary text, I do have concerns that it may be too restrictive, has been stated. I do feel like this is where we want to go, is to the authentic sources was my original language. But I do feel like that this becomes a little bit more restrictive than I think, as all pieces, we have to question whether or not they're classic in order to be used. So.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Any other conversation, question, or discussion? If not, let's return to the motion from Board Member Klein. Add in classic literary texts, classic literary before the word texts after read from, and delete diverse cultures. Is that accurate?
I don't believe diverse cultures was part of what
Okay.
Jenny had originally put forward.
Just add in classic literary text.
That would be accurate, just the classic. I think that's what the amendment was, right, Board Member
Yes.
Real? Okay.
Okay, great. Let's vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Thank you. Next motion.
We're back to the original amendment, Chair Booth,
Thank you.
because that was an amendment to the amendment.
All right, let's go back to the original amendment. The amendment was that we were changing when reading texts and what from the original. Reading standard 6 would now read from a diverse set of texts balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods, and determine the theme, how characters respond to challenges, or how the speaker reflects upon a topic, and summarize the text. And then also read from a diverse set of texts, balanced across genres, cultures, and time periods, and determine the main idea of a text, explain how they are supported by key details, and summarize the text. Would you like to discuss or speak to that, Jenny?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Board Member Klein.
Yes, I'd like to amend, if you can scroll back up where I can see the top part, so that it says instead of challenges, conflict is the correct literary term. So I would move to change challenges to conflict. The conflict of a story, just like the other aspects of the story, the plot, the climax, conflict resolution, that sort of thing.
Okay. Are there any questions or any discussion?
If you could wait just a minute, I would like to just read back through it, if you don't mind. Okay.
Have you read what you need to read?
Yes, I'm good. Sorry, I'm good.
Hey, any other questions or discussion? We have a motion on the table from Member Klein.
Sorry, can we just move the scroll up a little bit so I could see the whole thing where it would change it?
Right there, challenges would be replaced with conflict.
Okay,
That's
thank
just
you.
one word change. All right, let's vote.
That motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Next. So did we ever vote on the original? No. Let's see.
And we're on the next.
We're on the next one now.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're on number 3. Is that right?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
So my
Vice Chair
motion-
Earl.
Yeah, my motion is that in place of identity that we insert personal beliefs in 9 and 10 and in 11, 12, R11. And I can speak to that a little bit. I do
Go
know
ahead.
that under ethnic studies that the word identity shows up there. In that case, it's shared identity. I just have concerns that this word is being possibly, well, not possibly, misused in many situations, and that if we stick with the author's personal beliefs, and their culture, time period, those things, I think we're staying closer to, I think the original intent of what an author is doing. So that's my emotion.
Thank you. Board Member Klein. You're muted.
So I'd like to amend the motion to delete standard 910 R11 and vertically align that.
Point of order. I don't believe that those are synonymous motions. The one would be against the other, so I don't think you can actually make a motion that is counter to the motion that's being made.
I would make a substitute motion then. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, so the substitute motion is to remove standard 9, what was it?
It's the one we're on. Well, it's the same. Well, she's got it labeled as 11, 12.
Okay.
R11, but it would be the same throughout. If we can just vertically align that and delete that standard throughout the ELA standards. And I can speak to that motion.
Please go ahead.
So Sarah Holbrook is a popular poet, and I made note of this in what I shared, and there's a link to a Huffington Post article that she did where she talked about her being contacted by an English language arts teacher in the K-12 space, asking her how she interpreted or to help him understand what her poem meant, because the kids were being assessed on it in the state assessments, and it wasn't clear to him. He was trying to help teach the class so that they could get that part right on the assessments. And the way that the text, like he sent her the questions from the state assessment and asked her to clarify, and she was blown away at how completely they misinterpreted what her poem was saying. Not only that, it was a very violent, dark, depressing poem, and she couldn't believe that it ended up in a K-12 assessment for an English language arts standards, let alone the way they were interpreting it. And so I think it's very presumptuous and adds in bias when we start to analyze an author's perspective or point of view, or their implicit or explicit messages of the text, when we have no idea what the author was really going for in every situation. And so I just think it's a bad standard and should be removed.
Thank you. Board Member Reel.
I actually had a question on Member Earl's amendment, not this. So.
Okay. Board Member Earl.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would agree with that fully. I think there are times when we could be misinterpreting, but there are often times when an author's writing, I think of The Meaning of Life. I think of a lot of books that there is such, in knowing the reason for the writing of the content from the author. So I don't know that I think in removing it, we are removing some elements of strength. Yes, I guess there could be an overinterpretation, right, of someone's intent. But I just was going through my mind of a number of books I've read recently, and it was relevant, the authors, where they came from and their perspective. So I'm not sure. I wish there was some balance in this or way to measure that, because I do think there is some great value to this.
Oh, you've become mute.
I am done speaking. So
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I should have said I'm done.
Thank you. Would Sarah from staff be willing to just give us some input on this standard?
Yes, absolutely. And just to make sure I'm following along, we're talking about Board Member Earl's amendment about identity, that one.
That's the
No,
one.
it's about removing it. I
About
just want to make sure
removing
we're
that.
on the
Yes.
right. Yes.
Sorry. Yes. And so when we look at, if we could, whoever's running the computer, if you could scroll up just a tiny bit, that would be so helpful. Thank you. The difficulty is really more around thinking about, it's hard for a student or even a teacher to know what the personal beliefs of an author are. So that, like, when I think of my favorite authors, and I hope you're all thinking of yours, I don't know what their personal beliefs are because their books aren't about that. And that may just be my favorite authors. That's not what they write about. I don't know. But we just want to make sure that we're setting up students for success in mastering these standards. And I think that would be a little bit tricky for a student to do if they don't know and can't find the author's personal beliefs. So I just, that's something that came up in the conversation with the committee, which is sort of why it's in that fourth column, or I guess technically with the numbering column, the fifth column. And so just wanted to put that out there that that would be a little bit tricky to be mastered in some cases.
Thank you. Are these hands up from before, or do you want to speak? Do you want to speak to this, or are we ready to move on?
Now is fine.
Now, good.
Chair Booth, a question for the amendment makers, or maybe it's just something to think of as a committee as we vote on this is, you know, how do we balance one poet's expertise over others? And it feels like we're writing standards for the whole that are actually focused more so on one person, the Sarah Holbrook's thoughts over others. So that's my thought before we go into vote.
Okay. Any other comments? Are we ready to vote then? Substitute motion from Member Klein is to remove standard 9, 10, R11, analyze how an author's geographic location, identity, culture, and time period affect the perspective, point of view, purpose, and implicit, explicit messages of the text. Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Thank you. We're back now to Vice Chair Earl's original, or whatever it is. If it's amended, I'm not quite certain where we are. The amendment that she originally put in there.
It was not amended.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it would with it, it's just the personal belief stricken with the identity.
Oh, okay. All right. So everybody's clear on what it is.
I would make an amendment to the
Please
motion.
go ahead.
I would delete implicit and explicit messages. Actually, just stick with the implicit messages. I would also take out, delete identity, point of view, perspective, all of those things. I mean, if personal beliefs is also arbitrary, those things are just as, or subjective, those things are also subjective. So
I have a question for the writing committee.
Sarah, would you be willing to take a question?
I hope so. I mean, if you'd rather the committee members speak, I'm sure they'd be happy to.
Well, I just asked if staff would like to take a question. Again, I'm seeking some formal advice. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
I just would like
absolutely.
a little bit of reasoning behind using those words, the implicit and explicit messages of a text, point of view, perspective, and how does that look in language arts, and being able to find that information, acquire that information, put it in, apply it to the lessons. Just what does that look like? And that, you know, if somebody else knows this, like, I'd like to know.
This is in thinking about how it's being used. It's been a second since I've been to classroom, so I think it might be better coming from one of our writing committee members, since they are currently a lot of them in the classroom and can probably answer this a lot better than I am. And it looks like Trent potentially has his hand up, if you would be willing to hear from Trent.
Thank
Please,
you. Yes.
go ahead.
I'm Trent Mikes. I'm a ELA curriculum specialist, former teacher, English teacher. I think that the intent here isn't just the implicit, explicit messages, but just to have students use those things their geographic location, their culture, their time period to help make sense of what the text is saying. That could include things that are buried in the text, but it doesn't necessarily need to include that. So the implicit, explicit in a classroom would look like asking students, you know, what is this text saying? What do you think this text is saying? That could be correct, it may not be, but it's just to get students to think about what does the text mean?
Thank you.
Isn't the correct literary term for that infer? To infer.
Are we asking staff of that, Member Klein?
I'm just wondering if we are replacing a common literary term to infer meaning, or, you know, draw conclusions from, is being replaced by implicit and explicit messages of the text, which I think opens the door much wider. Yeah, I think we, as Trent said, if we stuck with geographic location, background, culture, time period, I think that covers it sufficiently. But even still, again, going back to my idea of the entire standard being deleted, that doesn't work for all literature that authors create, because authors often go into, you know, fictional scenarios and with characters far different from themselves. And so to say that an author's, that it's going to, they could create something entirely different than their reality in the writing that they create. So yeah, I would just stick with what the amendment that I have there. But I would add in I would keep the, can we move down to my substitute motion to scroll down?
Delete implicit.
Yeah, so I
Point of view.
would take away perspective, point of view, implicit and explicit messages of the text. You can leave of the text there, but yeah. And just stick with the geographic location, background, culture, and time period, how those affect messages of the text. So.
Any other comments? Board Member Reel?
Yeah, I have some questions, I think, which are related to both of the amendments, which is that from what I understand, the author's identity, although they might write fictional pieces that are outside of who they are, it still affects a point of view and a purpose and a message of the text. And oftentimes, you know, the example that I have here, I have a couple of examples, but is that like the word identity and implicit and explicit, to me, I'd love to know from our experts if that is those are literary terms, right? So that's something that in English language arts where we use as a literary term. It's not necessarily meaning the same thing in other core areas. And so some examples of the identity, when I was looking up, what does it mean to be, like when you're saying an author's identity, right? And one example was Emily Bronte had initially published Wuthering Heights under the male pseudonym because publishers refused to publish her work of a woman during this time period. So her identity as a woman influenced how she was perceived by the culture and society of her time. So that would be an example of when we say identity, we're talking about that author's identity. And although they might be writing fictional works, their identity still impacts and affects the pieces of work that they have. And so what I'm wondering is if I'm getting that right, if identity is a literary term that's focused on the author's point of view and perspective as they wrote that piece, and if implicit and explicit are also a part of a literary term that is used for a certain purpose or reason, in English language arts. And I don't know if someone can answer that, Sarah or anyone else.
Yes, Chair, may I respond?
Please.
Yes, I believe we have a writing committee member who would be excellent to answer this question. Jenny, if you are still on, I know in committee meetings you were so great to explain this, and so I'm just checking to see if she's on and willing to speak.
I
Please
am.
go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah. Board Member Real, thank you for the question. You are correct that they are literary. They are terms for ELA. I want to respond to identity, but first I want to specifically respond to explicit and implicit. So as a 9th grade English teacher, I've been teaching the terms implicit and explicit for, gosh, a decade at least. They have been in our standards, and what they are referring to, and you articulately said it, but in general, they're practicing skills. When students read, they look for implicit details, and then they support those implicit details with textual evidence. Implicit is Board Member Klein is correct that it does, it is referring to inferences, but implicit and explicit are ELA terms. Now, in terms of identity, Board Member Real, you're right on. We also wanted it to mirror the language in the ethnic studies law. So that's kind of where we did that. So if there's any other questions I can answer, but implicit and explicit, they are definitely ELA terms, and we use them to practice skills at close reading, finding textual evidence, and using text to support what we believe, so that students aren't just like randomly throwing out what they believe a text is about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That answers my question. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we still have 2 hands. Yes, Board Member Klein.
I think Jenny was first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess when I think of identity, though, I think it is encompassed in background. It's encompassed in, I'm trying to see the other words we have here. That what geographic location, time period, and if identity is something separate, and like I said, I don't know that it isn't spelled out specifically, unless you're just talking identity as race in the ethnic studies. If that's the case, then I'm not sure, because it talks about shared identities there and specifically cultural identities, but not, they don't use the term singularly by itself. So anyways.
Yes.
May I?
Board.
Okay.
Fine.
So I'm looking at all of these terms: implicit, explicit, identity, point of view, even personal beliefs. I think in the area of standards, that is too subjective of a term to be assessing kids. These are too subjective of terms to be testing kids on, because that's what standards are. And so I think we need to avoid the subjective and stick with the more objective measures when it comes to standards. And so if there's no more comments on this, I think we could vote, but yeah, and that's why I decided to leave explicit in there, because explicit messages of the book are objective, and you can find textual evidence to support it.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I do think inferences and implied and implicit is with the explicit is a key piece to literature and understanding different components of literature. So some of these other items could be removed, but I do have a concern when we've removed both of them.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Board Member Klein's amended motion is to delete implicit, explicit, identity, point of view, and perspective from this standard. Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1.
Thank you. All right. Can staff help me get back to where we should be? Are we back to board member Earl?
I believe so.
Thank you. So, board member Earl, could you remind us after that?
Yeah, it would be striking identity and just putting personal beliefs in. Would be
Okay.
the amendment on both those.
In both of those standards there?
Yes.
So, standards 9-10 and 11-12. Striking identity and replacing it with personal beliefs, is that correct?
That would be accurate.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, let's vote.
I will abstain. Simply because I don't think identity should be in there, but I think personal beliefs is also too subjective.
Okay, so it doesn't pass.
Jenny, I didn't see your vote, so
Mine was a yes.
it's a 2-2.
Okay, so we can move on to the next motion.
Yeah. Yeah, we're on number 4.
And if you wouldn't mind pulling it up, what the next one is. Oh, we don't need to deal with this one. I feel like we didn't have to worry about a definition. We put a more concise wording on there.
Number 5.
They already did this one. If I'm accurate, right? They addressed that. Irregular 6 is already addressed. So on number 7, I would, I just have a question around this particular item. And Sarah Whipke, I just had a question. I had texted you a question earlier about the difference between produce and write in the writing process. I'm wondering if you have someone either from the writing committee or if you were able to maybe kind of think through that, if there's something along this lines that you can, that would be in relationship to, or at least to share with us. Does that make sense? I'm just curious the difference, because I know in board member Klein's amendments, but I also had the same question. Why don't we just write a simple, complete, simple sentence instead of this produce and then expand? If someone could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Chair, may I respond?
Please do, Sarah. Thank you.
Yes, happy to respond. In the rationale for using produce is because in kindergarten, which is the specific standard we're looking on the left side of the column here, is around they can use a combination in kindergarten of drawing and writing. So if we just put writing, it makes the standard more developmentally difficult for kindergartners. And so that's why the word produce was used instead. It's because they can either produce that illustration or actually write if they are capable of doing that. And so the rationale for using produce was to leave it open developmentally because of the kid's age at that time and grade.
May I ask a more expansive question? Because I know board member Klein in her analysis that this was through many grades, was this produce. And I'm just wondering, does that take away from the writing? That, I guess that's my question. If produce takes away from the actual physical writing, I would be concerned that we're using produce in place of writing skills. Can you tell me what this means?
Yes, so in the upper grades, it's more about they might be typing instead of actually writing. And so it was just making sure that we're broad enough to include the different modalities that students are using in order to get those messages across, whether it's in kindergarten might look a little different than it does in 6th grade, but in order to keep the standards sort of clear in the vertical alignment, the committee chose to use the word produce so that it would work on either end, the elementary or the secondary setting. So that's why.
Okay, so can I ask another question? Is that okay?
Of course.
And I guess that leads to, in my mind, could a child technically get to, let's just say even 6th grade without actually writing anything but producing something? Does that make sense? I do have a concern that we may not be, there's a value just in the writing itself, which there's value in learning how to type too, right? But I just had wondered if we need to maybe, if there needs to be some kind of more clarity in that particular area.
Sure. So in thinking about whether a student is typing or writing, in general, when we're working through the writing process with students, we're making sure that they are speaking about what they're about to talk about, just so that they're all mentally ready to do that activity. Then it's that handwriting piece, which you probably noticed is already in our standards in that K-5 space. And so it is required to be taught. And so that's where a lot of that is coming in. A lot of that practice is coming in for those pieces and those standards. And then we usually generally then we'll move to typing. So that's sort of a later thing that would happen. The writing is generally what's going to happen prior to that step happening in general when we're going through that process, because there are multiple drafts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Member Green.
Yeah, so this is also to staff about clarifying produce and expand and kind of holding hands with writing a complete sentence. So just an example I had of a student that was needing an IEP, and they said part of that IEP would be if they couldn't write, they would have the option to speak to the computer and it would write the sentence for them. Would that action for that student fall underneath produce and expanding a complete sentence? This grade level was grade 2.
Yes, you bring up a really good point. When we have students who are on an IEP, which is an individualized education plan for those who are watching, that is really around sort of what is working for that student, what their strengths are, but also what are some things to work on. And so Produce specifically is a great way for them to, on the IEP team, to reach and say, we need to write a specific IEP goal around one of the standards, and that has to be connected directly back to the standards. This would be one that they would easily connect to because it does have that produce and expand capabilities, so that regardless of what kind of modality the student is using, they are still included within our standards.
And follow up to that.
Please go ahead.
Okay, and so this is just tying in with writing. Do we have like a kind of an end goal that we're looking for as far as how many students have become proficient in writing abilities, and how do we track that? How are we quality checking, a kindergartner's ability to actually write, hold a pencil, expand a complete sentence, start applying those skill sets so that that skill set is increased. We had this argument just even in a local elementary school where there was a substantial amount of students that didn't do so well on end of level testing. They decided it was because they couldn't learn. They didn't know how to type. They wanted to bump the typing to an earlier grade level, which means it was eliminating their time that they were writing in 2nd and 3rd grade to accommodate for a typing test in 4th and 5th grade. And so there's a lot of debate around, age appropriate, the way that the hand develops for a student to hold their pencil. And so I'm just wondering, the long way around, what are the quality checks with making sure we are in these younger grade levels encouraging as much as possible the ability to actually write? And if that needs to be clarified in relation to produce.
Yes, and so I'll give you a couple examples that I think might help add some clarity in this space. So kindergarten, just using that as an example because it's the one currently on our screen, everyone can see it. On the KEEP assessment, specifically the exit assessment, there are some questions around writing where they are actually producing writing, which like we talked about in kindergarten might look a little bit different if it's actual writing versus they might be doing an illustration because of their developmentally, they're not quite there yet. In first grade, the expectation obviously would be writing because we've moved past that developmental stage at that age. And so in thinking about that, in our RISE assessment, and I'm sure there's someone smarter than I am on this Zoom that could answer this better than I am, but I believe that in the RISE assessment, we are still addressing writing in grades 5 and 8. And I'm sure someone could either text me or tell me if I am wrong in that space, but I believe that's where we're at. The other grades, what I often see happening at the district and charter level is they will have some kind of, it's not an assessment, but more of like a writing target or prompts that they will do so many times a year to check in on that exact same thing. How are we coming along in our writing? Much like we check in with how are kids coming along with their reading to know if we need to support or if they're right where they should be.
Thank you, Sarah. All right. Member Klein.
So we have it in several grades, produce and expand in place of write. And I would make a motion that we replace produce and expand with write in, all the way across the board in every grade with this, and I can speak to that.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So I share some of the concerns that have been expressed already. In addition to that, there's, I remember speaking with Senator Milner earlier this year prior to the legislative session, and I'm not sure if her bill went through or what bill it was, but she was telling me she was working on a bill with the Department of Workforce Services that would bring technology to the very youngest of grades. And that the technology would be very intuitive. And that was my first question is, if they do everything online, what is the need for writing? She says, oh, well, that won't go away because that's in the standards. But here, we're taking it out of the standards. And so I see this confluence of events that while that may not be intended, it will be the intended effect unless we make it otherwise, unless we explicitly make the standards about writing, meaning with an implement in the hand on paper. And then when you say produce and expand and you say that, well, that may be because they can, so they can draw and show that they can do it by maybe drawing or scribbling. I mean, this is kindergarten. That's why we had the pre-K standards were about scribbling or a simple drawing, whereas kindergarten is expressly, they are supposed to be learning how to make their letters, not just learn the letters, but learn the letters by trying to draw them or write them. And so when I see produce and expand, or as if they have an option to choose how they demonstrate mastery of writing or producing, I see they would be able to either make something on a computer screen, or they could draw a picture instead of actually be able to write a sentence. If that's where the competency-based idea is moving us towards, where children get to choose a way in which they can demonstrate competency, I think we're moving in a really scary direction. I know when this came up about, whether to leave cursive writing in the standards years ago, people were alarmed at that. Well, this is 10 times more alarming than that. The thought that our children may never be, they won't need to even have to pick up a pencil in school in order to graduate. Because there's a difference in the thought processes when you pick up a pencil and write versus when you are on a keyboard. Just like if you read in a book, a hardback book versus text on a screen, there is a difference. And if children, if we want them to be independent writers and thinkers, it's not just about producing or taking what's like from a word bank on a screen and to produce something, but to actually have original creative thought, that the process of writing helps to spur on. It's such, you know, and there was an author that once said, how will I know what I think until I see what I write?
Thank you. Vice
So-
Chair Erb.
I'm not comfortable removing produce and expand. I do think, and I'm not sure we've got the time to look at this extensively, at least not in this moment. But I do think that we do need the word write in there in key places. Because I do think produce and expand, you could write something simply by copying, which doesn't really, you know, that may be developing some kind of fine motor skills, but it really doesn't necessarily develop the ability to cognitively put something together and cohesively put it forward. So I'm not in agreement with removing it all the way. I think there's some value in it, but I just want to, maybe I can look down through here real quick, but I do think we need to maybe include the word write in conjunction with it so that it does have that correlation. So
are you suggesting write, produce, and expand?
or even, well, yeah, that could be the way it's worded, right? Produce and expand. So
Can I ask a
Why?
clarifying question? Is write being used as a synonym for typing?
Sarah, please.
No, we actually have keyboarding standards that are, they're housed in CTE. And so that's where those would be housed. In teaching and learning, we have our handwriting standards, which are included in, actually in the writing standards as one of the pieces. It is actually, I believe it's E in the standards, which you can't see right now because of what's being shown, but it is part of all of these standards that handwriting would be required, specifically in grades K through 5.
And do they have to show mastery of fluent writing, fluent legible writing? Is that in our standards somewhere? I'm trying to remember if I saw that in there where they can write full papers with a pencil and not separate from being dependent on a keyboard.
You are correct.
Can you tell me where that was again?
It
Just so I can
depends on
verify.
sure, it depends on the grade level. So when we're looking at the writing standards, and for that one specifically, it would be either writing 1, writing 2, or writing 3. And it would be within those, in the letters. So either, right now we can only see A and B, and E is handwriting. So when we're talking about the handwriting fluently that you were just speaking about, that would be an E, and in certain grades, because we don't expect it to be super amazing and fluid in kindergarten since they're still learning and working on those fine motor skills. And so in that respect, it shows up in certain grades, but it would be specifically in E, in either writing 1, 2, and 3. And I'm sorry, I don't have those in front of me right now, so I can't directly point it out. My apologies.
Thank you, Sarah. Any further discussion? Are we ready to vote? What are we voting on? Are we voting on a friendly amendment to say write, produce, and expand? Or are we replacing produce and expand with write? And is that what we're voting on right now?
Just keep it the way it is. We'll vote
Okay.
on this.
So we're not working on your motion, Member Klein?
We're voting on my motion.
Okay,
That's the one right there in front of us right now. In every
Yes.
grade, replace produce and expand with write.
Correct.
Everyone, please vote.
And may I make a request? If Sarah can find exactly where that is for me, I'd appreciate it.
Jenny, I need your vote.
Oh, I was a no.
Member Earl, I should say, sorry.
Sorry.
That vote fails 3-2.
I would
Okay.
like to make a motion, if that's okay, in relationship to this.
Okay,
And I, because I just quickly looked down through the area where we have produce and expand, produce and expand, produce and expand. I would just make a motion that we add right in with it. I think it's key that we have the produce and expand, but I think the right needs to be in conjunction with it.
so write, comma, produce and expand. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I just don't have time to go through all of it, but I don't know if it's enough to have staff look through that and the writing committee and put those in, or if we need to be specific now. I just can't get to the full scope of it this quick, if that makes sense.
Okay,
So
what would you like us to vote on?
I know, sorry, I'm trying to think through that. I was trying to look down through my notes real quick. Yeah, I think I think I would be good with staff looking back through those, and I think Natalie has some marks on hers and I have some on mine, but I think they could go through those and add those in where those need to be. That would be my motion.
Okay, any discussion? If not,
Did Sarah find that? Where that is in here? I'm still looking for it.
I think
Sarah,
Patty has her hand up.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's writing standard 5.
yes.
It just says legibly write all upper and lowercase manuscript letters. So it doesn't talk anything about fluency or ability to write more than just, I mean, they could simply write their name and check the box. And that to me is not sufficient.
Sure, and in kindergarten, it does say that. That would be for all of the letters in kindergarten. So that would be uppercase and lowercase. When we move on to other grades, such as 2nd grade, it says fluently. So it moves up in what is expected of them based on the grade level and their age and those grade levels. So more about their developmental abilities.
Dr. Norman,
Yes, I wanted to make sure I captured the motion. I want to make sure I captured the motion correctly. Add right within the list of produce and expand. And there was the second part to it, which is having staff review as appropriate. And then do you want us to bring that back to the full board, or do you just want us to, how do we capture that?
Yeah,
second piece appropriately?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Can we, Jenny or
Yeah.
Kara, can we, I don't know if this is a friendly or not, if we just put write, comma, produce, comma, and expand.
That would be fine. Yes.
okay, great. We've got a friendly, I was going to say emotion, but I mean motion. We have a friendly motion to add write, comma, produce, comma, and expand where appropriate.
Yes.
All right, everyone vote.
So
Sarah, or thank you. That motion passes 4 in favor and 1 against.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the next one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Number 8.
They've addressed that, so we can go down.
Okay, number 9.
Number 9, they did address that with, and my motion, it's not reflective here, but it was in the document I sent out, would be to strike. I know they put emotions in place of feelings, and I would like to strike emotions, and actually my recommendation was to put thoughts in there. So it would read, identify specific words and phrases that express thoughts, appeal to the senses, and or determine the meaning of content-specific words. And that would be for 1R8 and 2R8. So it's just replacing feeling with thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor to replace feeling with thoughts in 2 standards. Board Member Reel.
Yeah, I just have a question I do not know the answer to, about how that would be interpreted. Because I think of thoughts as being internal and emotions can be internal and external. And the importance of, you know, it's sort of like a verb versus an adjective, right? So you could be outwardly angry, internally feeling angry, but not outwardly, right? So is that going to be confusing? And I don't know the answer to that, but so if we say emotion, to me, that could be internal and external. Thoughts feel more internal. Is that true in my interpretation? And do we think that it might be interpreted that way? And if we remove emotion as an external, is that going to be any sort of issue for standard, for this is 8, right?
Standard 1R8.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's someone here that could answer that, or maybe
I
not.
will just respond, and maybe there is someone from the writing committee that has a specific reason for that. I guess in my
Thank you.
thought process, we want to get kids to think about what they're engaging in, right? And that could be emotions. It could be things around them. So I guess I was looking for a higher cognition, so to speak, to be thinking about something and engaging that way. If there is a different purpose to that, I am concerned that some of our programs may be more focused on feelings than on thinking through actions and, you know what I mean, or things going on. So anyways, that was my thought process in this.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I wonder if feeling seems more comprehensive, but whereas emotion more aligns with feeling, but thoughts feels like only a specific emotion or feeling, right? Does that make sense? This feels like a psychology class, but I'm not sure if anyone has any, like, if we put thoughts down, if we amend it to say thoughts, is that going to not fulfill the intention and the purpose of this standard?
I think
Okay.
I'd be curious about that as well. I don't know if somebody on the writing committee could maybe clarify what they were looking for to meet in this standard.
Or alternatively, we could do a friendly amendment to express thoughts, comma, emotions, comma, and appeal to the senses. So we could have both in there to be more inclusive.
Do we have a member of the writing committee that would like to chime in?
Yes, I think Susan was wanting to speak to this.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so as we wrote this, we talked a lot about, especially in this younger grades, we're talking to them a lot about social emotional learning right now. And when you say, how are you feeling? The kids are able to express that. But if you say, what are you thinking? They go, I don't know. And so the feelings is what they're being taught to talk about. What were you feeling when you were there? And they can talk about that as they talk about their emotions. And we have to remember they're just 6 and 7 and 8-year-olds.
Thank you, Susan. Is there a response or follow-up?
I'm just reading through
Okay.
this is gonna,
Is someone asking a question? I just can't hear it, maybe. Let's see. No,
I guess my question would be, would you accept a friendly amendment, Member Earl, to add both thoughts and emotions into that?
My only, yes, that would, I just have a concern that we are only focusing on emotions of kids and we aren't focusing on the broader scheme of it. I can see that a lot of kids do respond or react, and emotions are a part of their day. Let me ponder that.
So is emotion in 2R8? Is that already, did you put that in there, Jenny? Or is that what's
Feeling
being,
is in there. Is if someone,
in your amendment to 2R8, it says thoughts, emotions, appeal to the senses. Is emotions, you have it in that one, but not in the previous one? Or is that what the amendment is, to add emotions?
I think adding emotions was a friendly amendment.
I would speak against adding emotions, so I would say that would not be a friendly.
Isn't it just the maker of the motion that determines if it's friendly or not?
it would have to, if everybody doesn't agree, then it would not be, would have to
Oh,
vote on it,
okay.
it'd have to be
All
made.
right.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you. So where are we at? We have comments. Dr. Norman has her hand up.
I was just trying to clarify the question that was being asked about, I was typing in what the amendment might be, and then I pulled it back off. If that's where we're at, I want to make sure that's where we're at. So I pulled the word emotions back out, and I think that's where we're at. Just wanted to make sure.
I would make a substitute motion.
All right.
That we strike this standard as far across the board as, or every grade that it's included in, if this is simply just a embedding of social emotional learning into English language arts.
This is for first graders, right?
This is first and second grade. Yeah, it doesn't, this particular wording is not extended beyond that.
Okay.
Whatever ones it's in. You can vertically align it.
Okay, would you like to speak to that?
If this isn't just a way of embedding social emotional learning into the ELA standards, I would oppose that. And that's why, based on the explanation that we just received, I am moved to strike this standard.
Okay, any other comments or
Yeah,
questions?
wait just a minute. I want to be able to read where it's at and where it sits and what it's asking before we take a vote, if you don't mind.
Please.
This is under the reading. Okay. So if I'm understanding this right, and maybe Sarah Webke, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or someone from the writing committee. So this is identifying specific words and phrases. And this, the focus is on emotion, appeal to the senses and or determine the meaning of content specific words within a text. So it's identifying those items within a text, and focusing on those. Am I understanding that right? So they're pulling these focus words out of a text. am I stating that accurately?
Yes, you are.
It appears that they're pulling the words and the phrases out of the text, the ones that express emotions or feelings.
You are correct. Both of you are correct.
Or the writer, whoever it is who wrote those words or spoke those words.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm just thinking here.
While
I-
you're thinking,
I have a question. Oh.
Member Real,
I was gonna say I have a question while you're thinking. I'm sorry, I forget. Maybe the writing committee member who had just spoke. I would love to know if they have an example of book or something. I just keep thinking of like a book that's like the dinosaur is mad, right? And that is an emotion. It's not saying the dinosaur is thinking about how it's mad, which also could count, right? And so I'm wondering if there are examples of how this is taught in application.
we have a
Susan, right?
Susan,
Yes, again, and I apologize. I didn't introduce myself. Susan Goldsberry from Quest Academy. I wear several hats, was in the classroom for 35 years, and then now I'm doing literacy director. So like for an example, if you're reading the book Wolf and they talk about how the wolf goes into the farmyard, then then you use what the author wrote to say, how is the wolf feeling right now? Because he doesn't feel very bright or intelligent because of the words that the author uses. And I don't have the book in front of me right this moment, but the kids use those words to go, oh, the wolf doesn't feel very bright because, and they go back to the text and say, these are his feelings. These are what he's thinking and feeling at this point. And that's just one example. Thank you.
Thank you for that example. That was perfect.
May I comment?
please.
In all the writing standards, I don't see the conventions of writing or the parts of speech and things that very little is expressed in that area. And I would say this is just an adjective, something that describes the wolf or how he's feeling, or an adverb. So, it might be a nice, a novel thought to add that into our English language arts standards, the actual literary and grammatical terms, instead of focusing on something that turns English language arts into like a psychology class or social emotional learning.
So if I can clarify then, and I guess this would be directing this to the writing committee, do we, if this is just unique to acknowledging feelings and emotions, and that's the point of this standard, do we have other areas in our English language arts that focus on the conventions of writing then? I guess what member Klein had just referenced. I guess right now it's a quality check. Have we balanced out the emotional side of engaging in literature, which I do think is a definitely kind of the point of literature to some extent. But we're also focusing on the language arts part of it. Are we balanced in, do we feel that we are balanced in grades 1 and 2? Because this is where this is specifically showcasing that we have brought in those conventions of writing. And anybody on the writing committee, I'd love to get your thoughts and your feedbacks on that.
So, and we can let them talk. I'm just looking through the upper grades above 1 and 2 in this same category. Is determine the meaning of words, phrases, similes, metaphors, and academic and content specific words. And then that's repeated later. I guess my thought is we want kids to identify, right, specific things in the text they're reading. I guess the question being, do we only want it emotion based, or is it, as was spoken, are there certain characteristics we want to have them look for in the text. And that's maybe where I'm coming from, is I'm thinking, is it just emotion we want to focus on? Until I looked at all these together going, okay, how does this correspond? And it's understanding the meaning of words and phrases. So it doesn't have to be, unless I'm wrong, and maybe a writing committee member could speak to that, it doesn't have to be specific to emotion. It's just understanding, right? Specific words and phrases. And maybe we can leave it at that. Explain how specific words and phrases help to determine the meaning of content specific. What else did they have here? Sorry, I'm looking back. Academic and content specific, so that those phrases help them better understand what they're reading. I don't know if there's a way to do that. It doesn't have to be focused on emotion, is what I guess what I'm saying, although it might be.
So we've kind of got 3 questions coming here now to staff. Is there someone who would like to respond? Sarah?
Yes, I hope I respond to all of them, and I'm sure you guys can help me if I don't. In thinking about this specific one, the word emotions, for example, in first and second grade. So if you look at the vertical alignment of this standard, you'll notice in the secondary setting, it's more about mood and tone. So that's the shift. Those aren't really great terms to use in the elementary space, which is why other terms are used in elementary. But if you look at the vertical alignment in grades going up, it's not always about just that one thing. It changes per every grade, as none of our standards are exactly the same in each of the grade levels. They continue to move developmentally up the ladder, so to speak. So I think I got that one. The question about conventions, yes. If you did a quick Control F on our standard document, conventions shows up 39 times. And so it is well throughout our standards in all of the grade levels that they are using appropriate grammar, convention, syntax, and style when they are writing, for example, is one of them. And so yes to that one. And then shoot, I think you said there was a third one. Chair Booth. Well, what's that third one? I apologize.
And maybe it's mine. Specifically, I was trying to understand, does it have to be emotion, feeling, thought, or can it just be description of what's taking place in the story in some capacity, right? Does it have to be narrowed down to a focus on the emotion, or can it be a description of what's taking place in the story or the content that's happening?
So oh, sorry, go ahead. I think someone else is speaking.
Sorry, I was just going to piggyback off of board member Earl, as far as we talk, you mentioned conventions is mentioned many times, but why is that not integrated throughout at the actual conventions instead of just the broad term conventions? Insert in a few places instead of, on second grade, who's the subject of the sentence, the noun, the pronoun, or the verb, the adjectives. I don't see that anywhere in here, and that's and what's happening, what's the action. These are what if I have one overall criticism of the standards, and I understand that a lot of work has gone into it, it's that they are missing that focus of what ELA is. It's it just so gets lost in all of this instead of bringing it out and making it definitive and assessing the kids, because all of these, the standards are what are assessed. And if we want those specifics assessed, they need to be mentioned explicitly throughout in order so that we know our kids are becoming literate, not just function, I think we need to err on the side of more literary and grammatical conventions put in throughout very explicitly, rather than this kind of armchair psychoanalysis of literature.
Thank you, Member Klein. So back to Sarah, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this in the bigger picture, and that all of these standards are building blocks to help them develop and be able to advance in ELA. And to me, this is a building block to understand thoughts and emotion of a character or a story or whatnot. That helps them later, where there is not a book on this planet that doesn't have themes of emotion or thought. And I think it's a huge disservice and wild to me that we could ever eliminate the thought of emotion as a theme in any type of book or reading. I guess unless we were reading scientific or texts, which that makes it applicable, or math. But other than that, this is ELA. And to me, we're building so that later, as the standards build and our students learn and grow, they're able to understand mood of characters and emotions of characters and understand the story that is being told that is centered around emotions and feelings that are happening consistently in storytelling. So to me, I can't vote to remove those. And I don't think there's any way to replace them.
Thank you, Member Real. I wanted to hear from Jenny Gravitt. I've seen her hand a number of times, but we've been otherwise involved here with a number of conversations. So Jenny, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, and Board Member Real did a really good job expressing kind of what I was after. And I wanted to comment and just say, you know, emotions and feelings are just one component. It's not the whole thing, but you cannot talk about characterization, which is a really important aspect of ELA, without emotions. You cannot, one of my standards, for example, in 9th grade English is to look at how a character changes from beginning to end. You can't do that without emotion. I cannot access the theme or conflict without looking at emotions. And also, when you're looking at argumentation, you have to look at pathos versus ethos, for example. And I know you're not doing this in the younger grades, but like Board Member Real just said, these are building blocks. And if you take one thing out, it really messes with the vertical alignment. And so I just wanted to express the importance of having emotions in the standards, because they do tie into ELA terms like mood, characterization, conflict, theme, and those kind of things. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All
So-
right,
May I make one last comment there?
please.
I think it's a disservice to hold kids accountable through assessments, which is what standards are about, for their ability to evaluate emotions. We should be focused on the grammatics and the literary conventions. And that doesn't mean mood and I wouldn't say mood, I would say maybe atmosphere, but that those things, that we ignore that in a story, but to put it in the into the standards means it will be assessed. And so I don't think that's I think that's a disservice to our kids to put something like that into the standards so that we're testing on their ability to evaluate emotions. I just think that's completely wrong.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please go ahead.
So Member Klein it was just stated that this would, if this is in the standards, that in theory, because of 2R8, our children could be assessed for emotional evaluation.
Yes.
So I just want to ask if, for the developers of these tests, and I don't know if they're in staff, is that true? And are we going to be testing or looking specifically for that? Or is this adding to a foundation of literary value, being able to write about emotion and develop a story or engage in a specific process? I guess, how are we going to be testing on 2R8? How would that look in a test, I guess, or end of year assessment? And I don't know if anybody can
I have
answer
a
that.
staff member that would like to respond.
I'm not sure if we have any assessment folks on the Zoom right now. My apologies.
I see Darren Nilsson is on the call. I don't know if he could respond or not.
Mr. Chair, I'm available to address that question if directed.
Thank you. Would you please? Thanks so much, Darren.
Yeah, so it's a good question. You know, the standard that we're looking at on the screen right now is for second grade. Would remind the committee that in first and second grade, there's no criterion reference assessments related to the core standards in any of the core content. Those begin in the third grade. If though, for instance, this standard 2.R.8 was in a content or a grade level where we're going to assess. So as you start looking at third through eighth grade, the writers of the assessment questions, which would be Utah educators supported by staff from the State Board of Education and staff from the vendors that the State Board contracts with, would need to align the questions. The content alignment is part of the assessment writing process with the language in that standard. So the question on this one then, for instance, wouldn't be assessing whether the student, how the student feels, but it would be assessing the standard here on explain how specific words and phrases express feeling. So for instance, one example might be that there could be a question stem, where the student then is asked to respond of how that author was using words to express specific feelings in their writing work.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that response. Any follow-up from board members before we proceed? Okay, so let's see. Have we lost? Where are we? The maker of the motion. Oh, that's Member Klein. Strike this standard across the board. That's where we're at. Any further discussion? If not, would you please vote?
That motion fails with 3 against and 2 in favor.
Thank you. All right, our next one.
Know that we're back on. Yeah, explain how specific words or phrases. I actually would like to make an amendment to my amendment. I would like to read, explain how specific words and phrases, sorry, that's moving on me. Oh dear, my computer's gonna die real quick here. Just a second. Words and phrases, I would like it to be specific. It could describe an emotion or a thought, but okay, so sorry, explain how specific words or phrases describe a character or storyline. And then, yeah, so it would take out character or storyline and then strike express thoughts, appeal to senses. And then I think you can leave or determine the meaning of content specific words within a text. And I'd just like that replicated in first and second. I think those are both the same. The wording is the same.
Thank you so much, Dr. Norman, for following through on all of our amendments and changes. We appreciate your efforts. Okay. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I do think this still, I think, achieves what we're trying to get to, and that's kids thinking about the words that are in a story. But it focuses on characters, which it could be what they're thinking, it could be what they're feeling, it could be different aspects, it could be what they did, their actions, and then the storyline. So we're looking for specific words and phrases that help to carry out the storyline or help in determining the meaning of specific words. And I think this is a word development and comprehension understanding piece. So that would be my motion.
Okay.
May I make a comment?
Please.
Would it be to help them determine the context, the meaning through the context of the sentence? Would that be the appropriate verbiage for that last part, or determine the meaning of, I don't know.
Let me read it
what you're
back.
looking at.
Yeah, let me read it back to myself and see. I wonder if this first "or" could be taken out with just a comma. And phrases describe character, storyline, or determine the meaning of specific content words within a text.
Would it be help determine the meaning? Because you're talking about other words that help you determine the meaning of content specific words, right? Or are you talking about the same words in the first half of that as the last half?
Right. While you're thinking about that, Member Reel.
I have a question since I'm new to this. This feels like if we do pass this amendment, this would actually hurt the vertical alignment. It disrupts the whole vertical alignment. But I would love if someone who knows more about that respond, or maybe the board members know. But to me, this would actually.
So that's why I looked at
issues.
Yeah, that's why I looked at 3, 4, 5 is to say, what is it, where are we headed? And it isn't, we're headed into finding more emotions or more, it is very specific, using word phrases to interpret something. So in relationship, I think this is more directed, I believe, and a little more specific as to looking at stories and using those words to say what is happening in this story or what's in relationship here, in my view. And
Yeah.
If there is someone from the writing committee that can speak to that, it's just that the 2R8 as you go up is about similes and how you use words in relationship to each other. So I think this starts to draw that attention.
Sarah, you have somebody like Sarah Webke. Would you like to have someone respond to that?
Yes, I think we have, I think Jenny would like to speak to that.
Great. Thank you so much, Jenny. You're muted. Thank you.
Well, I will speak to it. The thing that comes to my mind is a couple of things. Number one, this would no longer be a reading informational standard. It would simply be a reading literature standard. That would concern me. I worry a little bit about taking out appeal to senses, because everything builds towards even things like understanding figurative language, understanding. We talk a lot about in our writing, because reading and writing is interwoven, and we talk a lot about, how do you show versus tell, and how do you infuse sensory details into your writing. And if they're not looking for it in reading, they're not getting it in the writing portion. And then I would also just add, even though this is a younger grade, it's still, you're still building to learn skills like how to find tone, how to find mood. These are literary terms. So that would just be my caution with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. All right. There's no further discussion.
I just one question for the maker of the motion. Member Earl, I want to get to a compromise. I feel like we could on this standard, and I feel like we could find a way to compromise without having to worry about what the ripple effects of doing this amendment. And I wonder if this is something we could take more time with and bring to the full board, or we could, I don't know, if there's a way to get to a better place that worries me less about the implications and just understanding, since we researched all the other ones and this one kind of bubbled up, and I understand that completely, but I wonder if we could take more time with it, or if there's a some way to find a compromise with more time on this.
Well, I don't know necessarily about more time, but I can see, I was going to say appealing to the senses. And I do think this is under, so I'm responding to what was just said, but I do think we could put appealing to the senses back in, because I do think there is an element of that. But even though I do believe that storyline and character would articulate that, but determine the meaning of content specific words within a text does hit in the reading informational text. So.
All right. So are you,
Does that compromise, if we put that in there, does that feel right? Since we're going to feelings here.
Yeah, does that feel right? I worry about it compromising other ones. So I'm going to be a no on this, but I'm bummed because I think we could get to something with more time, but I'm just not quite sure we can get there with this at this moment.
Well, it doesn't restrain us from making a motion in the full board either, though.
well,
For sure.
no, we can do that in the future. All right, great. Everyone, let's vote. The amended motion, strike express thoughts, appeal to the senses, and add describe a character or storyline, and add a comma after character and remove the word or. Is that clear?
That motion fails with 3 opposed and 2 in favor.
Thank you. All right, our next one. Number 11. You're muted, Vice Chair Earl.
Sorry. I just have to refresh my memory going down through this. And I guess this, let's see, R310, I'm gonna have to look real quick. I apologize. R10. Oh, and I guess the question about when we're using something like structural elements, what are we talking about? And maybe this speaks to that broader missing of literary language in here. And I don't know, maybe someone from the writing committee can address this specifically, but we're asking for, let me read it. Identify and discuss the structural elements of different types of text when writing or speaking about a text. But we don't really spell out what structural elements we're looking for. And they're saying that they'll provide it in the clarity in the core guide. I just wonder if that needs to be clear here as well. Just wondering if there's someone from the writing committee that could maybe speak to that, if we need to be more clear on this, a little bit more specific.
Anyone from the writing committee? Sorry, I can't see anybody on my screen.
Ashley is raising her hand.
Thank you, Ashley. You are muted.
Yep. Ashley Addis, Cache County School District. This is a 3rd grade standard, so I'll do my best to speak to. There are different text structures that we teach students to analyze and look for and even use in their writing. But look for, this is a reading standard. So for example, a compare, contrast, a sequence, chronological order, problem solution, etc. We elected to not put them specifically in to the standards, at least in the upper grades. So maybe somebody from the elementary can clarify for 3rd grade, because then that becomes, teachers read that in the standard and then they think that that is the text structure that I have to teach in this grade level. So that's getting into the realm of curriculum and not a standard. So we want students to be able to recognize different types of text structures different structural elements, not specifically in third grade, I'm gonna only learn compare and contrast. So that would be my
Okay, and I
memory
guess that
of-
was that, I guess that's my question is, everybody just knows we do compare and contrast in third grade? Do you see what I'm
No.
saying?
Right, no, we
Okay.
don't want to get into that. So it would be in the core guide to provide teachers with information of different types of text structures. And then in the text that they're using with their students, working with students to identify and discuss the structural elements, if that makes sense. Rather than going and looking for, I'm going and looking for a text that matches the structure. I want to select the text that then I teach my students to analyze the structure from.
Okay, so you're saying you work from the text backwards, if I'm understanding you correctly?
Yeah.
Is that-
Yeah.
And then
I guess,
talk
yeah,
about
you could
this.
put it that way.
So is there a way to, and I understand this is in the core guides, I just wonder if in our appendix, if we could include those. I just feel like, and maybe it doesn't need to be spelled out here, but I think in putting a resource or in the appendix, some of those concrete things so that we have the concreteness associated with the standards themselves.
Yeah, I think.
Is that unrealistic? Maybe I should ask Sarah Wibke.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I can speak to that one, but yeah.
Sarah, is that possible to do that if we made a motion to put those components in an appendix at the end?
So I think right now, the only appendix we have is the research that you requested. And so
Okay,
there is no other appendices included within that. And then if you did still, I wasn't sure if you still wanted to hear from an elementary perspective. but
that's
I-
fine. Yeah, we can hear that.
Oh,
Thank
okay. I believe Susan, we have two Susans. I believe Susan Henry wanted to speak to this.
Thank you.
Yes, Susan Henry from Canyon School District. Why we are talking about this in grade 3 is we want students identifying text structure from all places. So if they're reading science, we want them to be able to identify the text structure, that there's some main ideas and details and that this is an explanatory text. We want them to be able to look at literature and analyze it. So this is the first step of analyzation of a text so that we can say why the author has this purpose. So to the board member who spoke before, Board Member Earl, we're really looking at, here's the text that's being provided, this text set, and there might be several text structures with different structural elements. And although I have these different text structures, now I have ideas or information about this text, either whether it's a character or whether it's informational text. So teachers really need to know all of the text structures because then students are actually identifying and discussing how that helps them to comprehend a text. And that's the reason why they're not named out here. If we start naming them out, teachers will find text that identifies the structure rather than providing rich text that students then can discuss the structure to be able to help with the comprehension.
Thank you, Susan. Actually, that's adequate for me. I appreciate your response. So.
Thank you. Are we ready
Actually-
to vote? Pardon me?
I just have an amendment or a motion that goes with this, but not specific to this. I'm not amending her amendment, but I have another motion to bring up after that goes.
Okay, so we should go ahead with this amendment.
Yeah.
The amendment is, I have no idea. What? Let's see.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So there wasn't a motion, it was a discussion in the beginning. So a motion still has to be made on this. So
Yeah, I didn't make a motion, so.
Yeah, so it was discussing, here was the standard, here was the conversation, then the next column of what they changed it to identify and discuss instead of discuss. And then it was the additional clarification. So there would need to be a primary motion made. It's correct, Board Member Earl?
That's accurate. I didn't make any motion here.
Did you want to make one?
I will make a motion.
Okay,
And it goes back to the writing strand in the introduction. that incorporates what Board Member Earl was discussing as far as adding, having a strand added throughout to incorporate these ideas. And the actual amendment to the writing strand in the introduction part would be it would just be an addition to the end where it's after, let's see. Okay. Where it says the standards stress the importance of the reading writing connection by requiring students to draw upon. And then I would strike out and write evidence from, leave in literary and informational texts.
So Board Member Klein, remind me how this relates to
This is
this
the part. This is
particular-
the part right here.
Okay.
This relates to the discussion that was just being had, where I add to develop and articulate own ideas, expand vocabulary, and improve creative and technical writing abilities by learning and correctly using proper writing conventions, including parts of speech, parts of sentence, both simple and complex, parts of paragraph, parts of a story, for example, plot, climax, conflict, resolution, spelling, grammar, punctuation, literary techniques and devices, outlines, table of contents, bibliographies, etc. And then to incorporate those into the standard.
Okay, so I think that looks like a premonition of a good discussion that we're going to have, or a good learning period we're going to have together in a few minutes. But I think right now we just need to deal with the specific standard or strand that Vice Chair Earl brought up that we're considering in number, whatever it was, 11. And is that where we are? Are we on 10? 10, thank you. So I think let's finish what Vice Chair Earl wants to do on 10. We've got a couple more of these, and then we can get to the discussion of what you're discussing right now, which is part of the introduction.
Point of order. You recognize me. I brought forward a motion.
Boy, I was mistaken. I was out of order.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, the chair can rule if it's within the confines or not. Is that
That
accurate?
is correct. No, that's correct. The chair has that discretion.
Appeal the decision of the chair.
Okay, then we'd need to
Okay,
vote on
so
that.
great. What should we do next then?
We'd need to vote on it, and I don't know whether it's a 50-50 or if it's a 75
The
2/3.
simple majority.
Simple majority. So we would just vote if it would overturn your ruling. That's
All right, great. Let's vote. Everybody that's for continuing to move back to the motion that was placed on the floor by Member Klein, please just vote that we're going to return to
ask
that
a
vote. Is that where we are?
I
Yes.
think I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost on what is happening right now. So is Member Klein's motion to Member Earl's an amendment to your motion, or?
there's no amendment, there's no motion. This is an amendment to the document that Board Member Klein's bringing forward. There was a question as to whether it's relevant currently. Chair Booth said it was not relevant, and Board Member Klein's asking that to have a vote whether to go with what the chair says or not. So we're voting on whether or not this is relevant to the motion. And
There's no motion.
well, relevant to
Relevant
the
to
amendment.
the standard that we're discussing, which is
It
number
is-
10.
Which it is relevant to the standard. The question is it, is he going to allow it at this point in the discussion
So as
for me to
a,
bring forward my motion, since it is relevant to the discussion, but there wasn't a motion made?
And
Okay.
my understanding, Chair Booth, is if things were relevant to specific amendments, that those were to be allowed and addressed at that time. And what we're doing
Okay.
is we're eliminating the second.
Perhaps it is. My judgment was that it didn't specifically have to do with what's the standard right here that she's, can you go up just a little bit,
It'll be-
Dr. Norm? It was
If the chair,
standard
yeah.
3R10, and it was something that Vice Chair Earl wanted to discuss about standard 3R10 in order for us to rewrite or edit or fix that short little sentence. And what we were beginning to discuss was a much larger, important issue that didn't seem to me that it was going to help us finish this short little sentence in standard 3R10. So I was saying no until we finish this business, and then we'll go right back to whatever Member Klein would like us to think about and discuss. So that's, if I'm in error, you can vote me down right now. Here we go. That's what we're doing, is voting whether or not to sustain my suggestion that we go ahead and get this work finished so we can go back to the larger parts, which this is another section. So that's all I'm saying.
A question of
Voting to appeal means a no vote.
Say that one more time.
If we are in our vote, we are voting to appeal the decision of the chair.
Okay.
So if you agree with the decision of the chair, you would vote yes. If you don't agree with the decision, you would vote no.
Correct. Thank you for stating it correctly.
And
Thank
may I ask, Member Earl, are you making a motion? Were you making a motion to this, or was
I have
this-
no motion on this one. We were moving on. And
Okay,
Board
so-
Member Klein brought this forward. Board Chair Booth felt it was not relevant. He ruled. Now, Board Member Klein wants a ruling on his ruling. He ruled to move on.
So, okay, so, but
If you're either vote to a yes, if you think we should move on, a no, if we should continue to acknowledge the motion.
okay, and I was just clarifying if at this point, if there was no motion.
I
There
have a
was
motion on the floor.
from Member Klein.
Yes, Member Klein had brought forward a motion that has to do, I'm clarifying here, Member Klein, that had to do with 3R10 specifically.
With the discussion around 3R10 on being more specific and adding in specifics instead of just structural elements,
Okay, so-
including other grammatical and literary conventions into the standards, just adding them in
So we're
instead of being vague.
either in for or against, and then from there, then she can continue to articulate, or we move on.
Okay, so I just want to make sure then that, because we had laid out the groundwork before our meeting, that if motions were to be applicable to the current amendment or item of discussion previously submitted, that we would allow that at that time. So that's where I'm just clarifying, because we had discussed this, and so it would seem that how we had structured this meeting, this would be the appropriate time for a member to make a motion if it tied specifically in with that standard.
So then you would vote no, because you would say, I don't agree with the ruling of the chair. But the chair questioned it, and that's where we're voting, is on, you would vote no, but if you agreed with the chair's ruling, you'd vote yes.
Yes, I understand. What I'm doing is just adding some clarification to the groundwork that we had laid as we engage in this process. So I just wanted to clarify that there was the element and the discussion that if amendments or motions fit into a specific standard that has previously been submitted, it is the appropriate
I
time.
understand. Chair Booth felt it wasn't. So
Yeah,
you're going on his feeling. We can
Yes,
overrule
I-
that or not.
I understand.
And
I'm just
okay.
clarifying. So,
Yeah, I
so
think, yep, we understand. So
thank you. Thank you.
You can
Dr.
vote.
Norman.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I have this absolutely clear because I know that in looking back, it's all about what the motion states. And so I need to make sure the motion I've typed is exactly what is intended. So the motion on the table at this time is voting on whether the motion, which is this up here, and I didn't get the full motion, it was typed. So I got to make sure that everyone understands this up here is not because it was a long motion. So I need to add to that. So voting on whether, do I need to put board member Klein's motion? I just want to be super specific. Klein's motion is relevant to the standard being discussed at this time and to bring forward an amendment. And then there's the other part that I'm trying to just make sure that it's very specific. And so relevant to the standard being discussed at this time. And then do I put Chair Booth
ruled that it was
ruled that it's outside, that it
That's the
is
scope.
outside of the scope of the specific amendment, scope of the specific amendment. And so now I just wanted to capture what you were saying so that everyone's clear, and I tried to get it there. So a vote of yes means that it would move on to something different, a new one, move on to a different amendment, on to a different amendment. I don't know if that's supposed to be in there. A vote of no is to continue this discussion, allowing this amendment to be discussed, right?
That's the way
I guess the way you
And
could
if I
say
may
different
just say
amendment.
one more thing in my defense before we vote. That would be, I was only ruling against this discussion because in what Member Klein was reading, if you'll go back up to what you started to say, she was saying, go to the writing strand in the introduction, which is not where we are right now, and incorporate these ideas. And they were a lot of great ideas that we want to add perhaps to that introduction about writing strand in the whole ELA thing, which is way up someplace in the document. And I wanted to give it adequate time, but I wanted to get done first the things that we committed at the beginning of the meeting to get done. And I can see that it's about the same thing. It's about English language and it's about writing. But she was focusing on what she wanted to add up there. And I want to get this done so then we can move to focus our full attention on what she wants to add up in the
All
in the
right, point of
introduction.
order.
Thank you very much.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but a motion to appeal is not debatable.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help people
Okay.
understand. All right, so let's vote.
We have 3 in favor and 2 against.
All right, thank you. So I understand now, Vice Chair Earl, that you did not want to discuss number 10. Is that correct? Because you don't have a motion this time.
Nope, we were moving on.
Moving on to 11.
And I did have an amendment to this next one, I think, but I'm not finding my accurate document. Let's see, this sentence is not clear, is introduced, develop graphics. Okay. I don't know, I thought I sent it on. It just clarified the language my apologies, I don't have it in front of me. I thought I did. The question is around whether or not had to do with the graphics. So topic conveys ideas and clear information, clearly link ideas within categories or information using words and phrases and provide a concluding statement. I don't think that was it. Okay, I'm actually good. We can go on. I just had a question about the graphic part of it, but I think they answered that. I would like to move on 3-W-3 that we remove, actually, this happens a couple times in the standards that we use the phrase establish a situation, although it's in 3W3. I think it anywhere in the standards where it says establish a situation, I think it's a couple of times. I'd like us to use set the scene, just a little bit more accurate language on that. And I think it happens maybe once or twice more. I could probably do a quick look, but just that instead of using the wording establish a situation, that we set the scene. That's the motion.
All right, thank you. The motion from Vice Chair Earl is that anytime in the standard that it states establish a situation, instead use the phrase set the scene. You've spoken. Would you like to speak anymore?
Nope, I'm good with that.
Member Reel,
Yeah, I'd like to move to vote on this.
thank you. We've called the question. Everyone, if you could please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Number 13.
Sorry,
Okay,
I have,
actually, we need to vote on the motion itself. That was to call the question. Now we need to vote on the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Brandy, just, yeah, one more technology.
So we are going to vote on the motion. Anytime in the standards that it states establish a situation, instead use the phrase set the scene. Any discussion? Not seeing anyone. Please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
I have a motion.
Member Klein,
On 3W3. I motion to strike real or imagined and add in fictional or non-fictional. And that's on, yeah. And then I think we took care of, well, on B, it still says, sorry, 3, we're still on, yeah. On B, it says produce simple, compound, and complex sentences. Again, I would strike produce and incorporate write, the word write.
Board Member Klein, just
Yes.
if just a clarification, we already made that change. And that
Okay.
staff were going to work on that, so we don't have
It
to do
just,
that.
it didn't say produce and expand on this one. It only said produce. And so I just want to make sure that that was covered as well. Because it just says produce simple, and the one we changed was anywhere it said produce and expand. We added write, produce and expand. So if that can be included in this, otherwise we need to amend at this, in this place as well.
Maybe we could ask a clarifying question. Sarah Webke?
Sarah, if you're there.
There.
Yes, I'm here. What is your question?
As you go through the document, will you be looking for those two keywords and kind of looking to see if right needs to be applied there?
I think that's all up to you. I don't think I get to make that decision.
Okay.
If I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And then, so if we can include that in it if we need it. And then where it says effective technique and descriptive details. Again, that's where my, the motion I mentioned previously in the writing strand at the beginning is where I would incorporate, I would just ask that the writing committee incorporate all of those more detailed conventions and writing or grammatical and literary techniques to this standard as well as throughout. But I won't address that part right now, but that's one area that I'm looking at where we need to be more descriptive instead of just effective technique and descriptive details. So the motion is to add or to strike real or imagined and add fictional or non-fictional, and then write instead of produce if needed.
Thank you.
That's not covered in the previous motion.
Vice Chair Green, would you please take over as chair now for a few minutes? Thank you.
Yes. Okay, do we have any more discussion to the motion? If not,
I actually have why
I
are
have
we using,
I
yeah,
have a
we've got
question.
2 hands up. I just am curious why we didn't use fiction or nonfiction. I'm just wondering on the relevant to this, if there's a reason why we're using other language. Is there someone from the writing committee that can answer that? And Natalie, what was the wording that was originally used?
Real
was-
or imagined instead of fictional or non-fictional.
Yeah, just wondering if there's a reason why
And that would need to be fixed throughout the standards.
okay, you didn't have that as your amendment though. I think
Sorry,
you
that
need
needs to be
clear-
added in.
Okay, you need to be clear on that. Otherwise it's just.
Yeah,
to this
I just
line.
realized it needs to be vertically aligned throughout. So anywhere it says real or imagined, it needs to be replaced with fictional or non-fictional.
and in response to the question, is there somebody from the writing committee that would like to address that? Why we used real or imagined versus fiction or nonfiction?
Yes, I think Susan Henry can speak to the question about why real versus imagined versus fictional or unfictional, or fiction or non-fictional experiences or events were chosen.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. I would have to look it up, but I think that is the original wording of the current standards.
Do you
And
see a problem?
I also think we're trying to represent in our standards that these are imagined experiences by children. And so, you know, if they want to write about something that is, you know, fairy tale like, or, you know, something that happens in space or whatever, that they're able to do that. So that, I think that's where that is what that's trying to do. I don't know that changing it to fictional and non-fictional will change that. I don't know that I have an opinion, or so I'm just saying I think it's really from the old standards that's how they described it.
May I comment? I think it's really important that we use the actual language, and that as if the kids don't understand that language, that we take the opportunity to teach it to them, introduce it to them and say, you know, when you imagine something that, you know, and it's just pretend, that means fictional, versus something that's real is nonfiction. I mean, if I just don't want to be dumbing down the standards under the precept that kids can't understand or learn new things. That's the entire purpose of education or school, is so that they can learn what these terms are and give them new vocabulary to describe, you know, these other terms that are being put into the standards instead. We need to use the actual literary and grammatical language of the academic subject that we are creating standards for. And I honestly think that this is probably going to need to go back to the writing committee to address this issue because it's so broad.
That was actually my question, is if we were able to amend this after already approving member Earl's amendment on this standard, are we able to continue mending it after we've already approved her previous amendment?
I say I think it is germane because it is referring to the actual language that member Earl was talking about.
Okay. And my next question is this language we use saying real or imagined in third grade because it's third grade, but when we advance on the standards, we use fiction, nonfiction, and other terms and language.
It's used throughout. Real and imagined is used
How often is
throughout
it
the
used?
standards.
How often?
Often.
Like above 6?
Well, 2
Could
is
we-
too many.
Point of order, could we ask staff to do their fancy word search real quick, just for those 2 words, please? They let us know that there's 39 words about conventions, and maybe just to clarify how much that shows up in the document would be helpful.
It is 7.
7, okay. Does it let us know specifically what other standard strands that those are located outside of 3W3?
It is.
Sarah, can you
Yes.
clarify? Is that fiction that's used or real? What word are you looking at?
Real or imagined.
Okay. Do we use fiction or nonfiction in the document at all?
If we do, it's probably for text.
There is one place where it says fact or opinion, which is not quite the same, but those 2 don't go together either. Should be.
Fiction does come up, yes, not in the specific standard that you're referring to.
Once or?
3 times it looks like.
And
for
is
the
it,
word
can you tell,
fiction.
is it in the upper grades or where is it at?
It is all, nope, it is 2 are in the upper grades, 1 is in 5th grade.
So there is one place where it says fact or opinion, and that really should be also fixed. It should be fiction or nonfiction in that space as well, or else.
I only see fact and fiction.
I can't remember where it is, but there's one place where it says fact or opinion, which, or
We probably need to stay with the motion we're on and then that
Yeah.
could be addressed at another time, but
yep.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's stay to
Okay.
striking real or imagined. We've mentioned that it is referenced 7 times. Right now we're focusing on SW3. Sorry, I can't see what one we're at. Yep, 3W3. And if I can clarify, Member Klein, are you wanting to change real or imagined in the other standards outside of 3W3? And if I might speak to that, could I actually see the other places that it's referenced as it would apply to that specific standard?
Yes. I'm being asked for it to be aligned vertically, so anywhere that is all 7 places. Yeah.
Okay. And that's a part of your motion, correct?
Yes.
I have,
Yes. Oh, Member Norman and then Member Real. Sorry, Patty.
No, Patty. Yeah. Sarah, would you like for Sarah Whipke to show where those places are? I can stop sharing and have her share her screen where those places are.
I would. Yes, please. Thank you.
And they're actually all the same standard. So it's for vertical alignment reasons that they're all the same. So it's all 3, it's all W3 starting at grade 3 and moving up. That's why there are 7.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, Member Real.
I'm trying to understand. I am putting myself into a 3rd grade teacher's brain, and I wish Member Norton was here to help clarify with that, but I'm sure that our writing committee is just his expertise on this. But I'm thinking about how the standard reads, if you don't mind flipping back over to it, it says to ask students to write a narrative, right? So a narrative in the way that I understand it is a narration of something that is real or imagined. And to me, nonfiction and fiction are pieces of writing. Like a book is a nonfiction book or a fiction book. But to me, if you are writing a narrative, especially a personal narrative, and you are imagining something that is either real and you're telling a story about how you went on vacation with your family to Jackson Hole and you saw the Tetons and it was the most beautiful thing in the world, which is probably what I wrote about in 3rd grade, or you're writing about how you flew in a spaceship over the Tetons in 3rd grade, right? That's an imagined narrative or it's a real narrative. And to me, that's very different than fiction and nonfiction. What is a fiction experience? That doesn't make sense to me. So to me, it's more applicable, especially for this narrative experience to keep real or imagined. And as I have learned that it's currently in the standards as well.
May I comment?
Yes.
Fictional, it's fictional or non-fictional, and fictional means real and non-fictional means imagined, right? So it's just giving students the actual term for what you're asking them to write. So that's part of the education process. And if you go to a library, nowhere on the end of the book of rows or the row of books does it say fictional or real or imagined books. It says fiction or non-fictional. And whether it's something that somebody else wrote or a student writes themselves, it can still be categorized as one or the other.
Right. So for literature and reading 100% and using that definition in that place, but this is the writing piece and they're writing a narrative. And to me, it feels like I imagine myself telling a student in 3rd grade, a fiction experience or a nonfiction experience. It doesn't work for me as a writing and narrative piece. And that's what this standard works on, but it's not about the books they're reading. It's them creating a narrative. And so the terms are for the literature, not for the writing.
I think it's the same. Should we vote? Call the question?
Are those, I do have a question. Are those conventions talked about in the writing section at all? Even if they're not spelled out, are they indicated somewhere? Is there someone that can answer that? Is that under the different structures? That's what I'm, because I can see an writing something that's really happened to you or it's something that's imagined. And I can see the difference between that and the reading. I'm just wondering if it's indicated somewhere in there or under some particular item in the reading.
To answer your question, if I may, Board Chair.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. The different text structures that you were referring to a moment ago, those are different based on whether you are writing about different kinds of text, whether it is informational or not. So, I mean, yes, there are different text structures within those spaces. The fiction, nonfiction is generally in the ELA space referred to as the type of text, which is why it's not necessarily the verbiage used in the current draft of the standards.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments right now? Right now we have a motion to strike real or imagined and add in fictional or non-fictional throughout all the standards and add, can you scroll up just a little bit? It's off my screen. Thank you. And add write instead of produce. Are we ready to vote? If so, let's go ahead and place that vote.
The vote fails 3-2.
Okay.
My next one is down further. If you can go down to, because I think they addressed these, keep past, I think 15, keep going. So 15, if you might stay right there for just a minute. Sorry, I'm looking on mine. I should have printed this copy out. No, it's moving, isn't it? That's why. Okay, go ahead. So the next one. I did have a question just on grammar. Maybe in some ways it's kind of hitting here, but we talk about grammar conventions throughout the document, which is accurate. I just wonder if this is that question of, can we include what those conventions might look like as part of our document? Once again, I'm talking about an appendix or something, like we have some substance that is associated with it. So I guess that would be my motion, is that we just include common grammar or conventions. And then the question becomes, what does that need to look like? Can it be simple, or is that, I know they're saying within the curriculum, and my concern is there enough that they're finding curriculum that meets the standards? So I don't know if Sarah or someone can speak to that. We're talking about grammar conventions throughout the whole thing, but we don't really spell out what those are for guideposts or for a reference.
Yes, I would be happy to answer that. As far as the conventions, so the original draft of the standards included those specifics. Then when we had the 90-day public feedback, there was a lot of feedback around, don't do that. So we listened to the public and removed those, and that that's fine. We're happy to listen to the public. So it was an overarching piece from the public that they said it was confusing, doesn't align with their curriculum, and that makes them have to find other curriculum. And so the guidance given was around, in the core guides, we can include, here's a list, so they know these are all of the opportunities or options based on your curriculum, which ones you were using, so they don't feel like they have to get new curriculum if it's missing one part of it.
I see. So if I understand, you're saying that curriculum may introduce conventions at different times, or use maybe even different language. And so because of that, it's, if they can't find a piece that aligns perfectly, then they may already have something, they can't use it. So am I understanding that correctly? But could I still wonder if we can add a reference to it, even if it's not listed specifically with the standard? And I guess that's my question is, could we add that at the end so that it's not maybe, I don't know if clutter is the right word, because I do think there's value in having the content there.
And that's where because the public said to take it out, we figured we put it in the core guide, so they still haven't, they meaning teachers, so that teachers still have a way to access that list so that it doesn't muddy up the standards.
But are the core guides, and if I can ask another question, if that's okay, the core guides are specific to grade levels. Is that accurate? So you would be referencing specific grammar or conventions within that, and would that impact curriculum there?
No, it would not, because there's no requirement that they have to use the core guides. It's more of a resource for teachers to use if they want more. So if they don't, they don't have to, but they do have to use the standards. So that's sort of a difference in amongst the two documents.
Okay.
Okay. I have a question. Are we, if it's in the core guides, is it assessed? Because the standards are what drive the assessment, which then should drive the curriculum. And it seems to me like we are trying to fit these standards to current curriculum instead of us driving it, what the curriculum has to align to. So are we just, is this kind of just pro forma so that we are only creating what they're already using? Is that why the resistance to, I mean, that's what it sounds like from Sarah's comment is that those in the field are resistant to changes in the standard because then they have to change their curriculum. But if we are here to improve on the standards, that would mean we are trying to improve curriculum too. Otherwise, it's just like a dog chasing its tail. And it seems kind of silly to me that we're going through these motions if what we do here affects nothing in the end.
So the assessments, like RISE, for example, are based off of the standards. They're not based off of the core guides or curriculum. They are based solely on the standards, to answer that.
So if we have all of those listed in the core guides, but they're not in the specific standards, they won't be assessed on it. They won't be assessed on nouns, verbs, adjectives, all the literary devices and grammar conventions, all of that. None of that will be assessed. Just want to make that perfectly crystal clear for the public.
They will be assessed. Grammar is not assessed separately, as research shows that assessing it separately and teaching it separately doesn't actually work with making sure that they're actually doing it in their writing and using it. So is it assessed within the writing portion of the assessment? I don't know if we have anyone still on the assessment team to speak more to how all of that works, because I don't know, I'm not in that section of the agency, but perhaps we do to expand on how that works in the actual assessment.
Let me just clarify. You said that those things that are in the core guides are not assessed. And that's where we're talking about putting all of these specifics is in the core guides.
So the core guides are just a reference to expand upon what our standards mean. So they're a resource document. They're not the only piece in the resource or in that resource that speaks to assessment is here's an example of what an assessment question might look like for this standard. That's the only assessment part of that resource document. The committee who makes the assessment questions is a whole different group of people.
So I guess I'm concerned that they're not connecting. Like if we were to put something in here we felt strongly about that maybe wasn't on the committee's, the writing committee's radar, would it actually make its way into the assessment questions? Or is that up to those who write the assessment if they want to include it or not, because they may or may not like it, or because the curriculum that the teachers are using may or may not assess or teach that specific thing. So, I mean, we don't really focus on vocabulary in here, like as its own topic or subject area. It's just everything's kind of mashed in together so that we don't have, explicit spelling, we don't have explicit vocab, we don't have explicit writing. It's everything's meshed together so that it feels like everything's being watered down in the process. And that is a huge concern for me.
Patty has her
Because
hand
nothing
up. I
is
don't know if
explicit.
Emily can see her, but
I just wanted to be able to give some feedback from Assistant Superintendent Darren Nilsson. He stated that assessments are created from and in alignment with the standards. And so I know that doesn't answer the whole complexity of the question, but the assessments are created after the standards are written.
So is this something that we can, I personally would like to see the questions that are made to go along with the standards so that we can see how the standards we are creating are being interpreted in the assessment questions, instead of that being just a big unknown that they could do whatever they want with it and we would never know the difference.
So if I can ask a clarifying question to that, because I don't know, do we currently have, is there a process where we see the test questions that come from the standards? If so, what tests? Is that left up to the LEAs, to districts as a whole? Like, what is that look
And
like?
is it incorporated into both the state assessment and the district level benchmark formative and summative assessments? Is it all the way down the line?
if I'm, oh, go ahead, Patty.
You go ahead, Sarah, and then I'll follow up with Darren's response.
I was just gonna say, because this is third grade and writing is only assessed in our state in 5th and 8th grade, this would not be on our state assessment.
Thank you.
No.
And Patty?
Yes, all of the questions, a review is required. There's a parent review that's required as part of the development of those questions. I think that if you would like, we can have Darren, when he is able, and he's not able to at this very time, they can address all of these assessment questions when he is available, so that he can give you those very explicit and specific answers.
So I would like, is there a motion on the table? Okay,
There's
I
no
would
motion.
I would just like to make a motion to direct staff to bring back at the point that the assessment questions are created to go with our standards, bring them back to our committee so that we can see how our standards were interpreted. And whether that is in a, I know test questions are, they don't want those out publicly, but as a committee, we should be able to see those questions and how, so we know if we need to adjust standards based on how they're being interpreted by the assessment creators. I would like to see them lined up side by side, the questions for each grade that go with each standard. That's my request.
Clarifying question. Would this amendment or this motion actually be feasible right now without knowing how the testing works right now, specifically as it relates to, you know, state, local, classroom, teacher? And I'm just asking.
I just think it's a gap that needs to be filled, and I know that they create the assessment questions supposedly after we make the standards. But I would like to see that when we get to that point, if in fact the questions are being created after the standards are. So so there's no question that about whether or not we are engineering this going forward, or if we are reverse engineering our standards according to what test assessment questions are already in place, if that makes sense. I would like to see what they were, the questions were, and what they are now after our revisions of the standards. And I know that seems like a big ask, but I think it's really important to bring clarity to the process that we are involved in.
Currently in staff, does anybody have any specifics on what we do have available outside of new test questions formulated from our standards?
Patty has her hand up.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't see that.
No, you're okay.
Sorry.
So there is there is a process that has to be followed. And the process is first that the standards are created, then they're adopted in a full public board meeting. So there's this process, and then they're adopted in that full board meeting. After that, it will take a couple of months for test questions to be developed according to the standards and in alignment with the standards. At that point in time, after they've gone through the different processes, there's a bias and sensitivity review, there's a parent review, there is the writers making sure that they align to the standards that have been approved. After that entire process is done, then what happens is, if you would like to see them, then it has to be done. They are secure, and it needs to be done in a secure area. It couldn't be done in an open and public board meeting. And Brian, you can, and I'm getting some of this feedback again from Darren as we're going along. It couldn't be done in a public board meeting. It's also available, I think, for review in a secure area as well, for board members to be able to see what was done in the past. And so those are the items. Perhaps as a suggestion, you could have a board member or Assistant Superintendent Nilsson come and talk about what that assessment building process is, what it looks like and the options are, where board input is, and what that process is, and then be able to say, what does that look like for board member involvement moving forward, and as a final review of what that looks like in the end. So right now, because you haven't had a final determination of the standards, it wouldn't be there for you to be able to review. The other thing is within Robert's Rules of Order is the fact that if you're directing staff, you don't have to make that as a motion. That's a request that can be made without a motion. You could just say, I'd like to request staff to bring back this information.
That was going to be my comment, Patty.
I was, okay, so, well, I was just reading in Robert's Rules yesterday, and it says that if we want to direct staff to do something, it needs to be a motion and be voted on. And that's why I did it, because I was thinking about our last meeting where Deputy Superintendent Norman offered to put information for us as a committee together on our process and bring it back, but we never nobody made a formal motion, and we never voted to have that done, and we never voted on it. And so I realized that was out of order last time, and so I wanted to do it the right way this time by making it a motion and having it voted on according to Robert's Rules.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. I would leave that actually to Brian then to answer
I would just, the practice has been the chair of the committee would just direct staff to research or collect information and return a report. If you want to make it a formal motion, that's up to you. So you have those two options, I'd say.
Yeah, I would like it to be a formal motion, and I will clarify that motion based on the feedback that we've just received, to direct staff to bring, I would like, and maybe you can help me figure out how to say this, but what I'm picturing is once the assessment questions are done, that we as a committee are brought in together where we can view those questions in private, not in a public meeting, in alignment with the standards we created, so that we can compare and see how our standards were interpreted in the test questions. And if we have to do that as a separate meeting, not public, where we can go into the private space and view those, but side by side with the standards that were used to create the questions.
Patty is raising her hand.
I'm glad that Vice Chair Earl is here because this is again a point of clarification. I don't know if the process for assessment is something that then needs to be reviewed and revised. And so I don't know if that is beyond the scope of this committee to make that decision. So I just wanted to put that out there and get legal feedback either from the chair, vice chair, whoever, just to make sure that we don't do what happened last time and make a motion and then have it not be something that can be done. Just want to make sure.
The motion has to be approved first. And I sat on this committee for a number of years, and it's a lot of questions you're reading. And I guess I don't see any reason why if an individual wanted to do that, for the most part, I feel like this is something that they're engaged in, and I'm not particularly interested in doing this. There are entities that do this, as well as, the legislature puts people forward, we put people forward, and others do. So I guess if the motion passes, then we would need to consider what that might look like. And that would probably need to go to board leadership and just look at what's the ethic principles around that, to be honest with you. And not that it can't be done, I think it can be done, but would need to make sure we're within, those ethical practices of doing the testing and stuff. So, which would mean a non-disclosure, all that kind of stuff is what it would mean. But so
Vice Chair Green, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All right. The question has been called for Member Klein's motion to direct staff to bring forward assessment questions to the committee in a secure meeting to make sure standards are interpreted according to the standards that the committee wanted.
Vice Chair Green, I think it's to call the question to end debate.
Oh, okay. So we're going to end debate, which means we're ready for a vote. Is that right? Thank
We
you.
have to vote on ending debate. So we vote on whether we want to end debate.
Okay. If you are in, we are voting to, the question has been called, voting to end debate. Please make your votes known.
And that vote passes unanimously.
So now Vice Chair Green, you would just make the motion and the committee would vote on it without any further debate.
Okay. So that motion passes unanimously. Help me. I'm sorry.
So it'd just be the motion is now to direct staff to bring forward assessment questions, et cetera. Please vote.
Okay, so the motion now is to direct staff to bring forward assessment questions to the committee in a secure meeting to make sure standards are interpreted according to the standards that the committee wanted. All right. Please make your vote known.
That motion fails 3-2.
Okay.
I'm
Right.
I'm completed with my items.
All right, well, I have motions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we, thanks, Vice Chair Green, do we have a hard stop at 6 p.m.? I thought that was the intention, and if so, if we can create some guidelines about the discussion we're going to be having, that would be awesome, on the amendments that will eventually Member Klein can take to the full board, but aren't going to be voted on today. Is that right?
Okay, so yes, this is a good point of order right now. So if I can just clarify where we are in this process, Member Earl has just stated that she is done with her amendment documents. Therefore, we are closing this out for discussion, and we are taking that and doing the next step for that, which now means as per the agenda, we were going to open up discussion to Member Klein's amendments to for discussion as we direct it to being put forward in the board meeting next week. We had set our time for 6 o'clock, and outside of I mean, we can choose to extend the meeting. We can also, if this is for discussion, we can meet as a committee of 5 for discussion, recognizing that nothing outside of that. And Brian, please, Attorney General Quisenberry, please correct me if I'm wrong. If we met as a committee of 5, that obviously we could not be making any motions or casting any votes. It would be more for developing our understanding so that we could have a better recommendation for the full board when these other items came forward. And that's kind of where we've landed. So Member Reel, is your hand still raised?
Yeah, sorry. We probably need to make a motion, and I would like to make a motion that we approve these current draft of the standards, ELA standards, and move them to the full board for final approval, since we've gone through all the amendments.
You might specify go to the full board in general, the general meeting, or in a special meeting. That was option A or option B.
Oh, okay. I'll default to the chairs for that, but I do want to make the motion to move it forward after our work today.
And I would recommend that we consider option B so that we have adequate time with the board to get through. I'm counting, well, there are 300 and something edits or suggestions, some small, some larger, that Natalie's bringing forward. So I want to make sure we have time to cover those. Some of those might be consolidated as we meet as a committee and discuss, so we can streamline when we go to the board and spend the time. But I think that it would be difficult to accomplish what we want to accomplish, finishing up ELA standards in a regular board meeting, since we almost never finish any regular board meeting on time. So I would be very interested in the B option, so that we have a separate board meeting to do ELA standards. That's just my recommendation. And you're welcome to vote on whatever you want to vote, or, I would just think we should have more time than less.
Okay, so we do have, if I may, Chair Booth.
Yes.
So if I'm understanding correctly of where we are right now in the process, we have a motion from Board Member Reel, motion to approve P through 12 English Language Arts standards and move the amended standards to the full board in a special session.
That's
Okay.
right.
And then just to clarify, you had a different motion. It seems that and maybe this is for Member Reel, is this path A or for these standards that we just spoke to? Or are we taking these two plan or path B as referenced by Chair Booth? I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, I default to Chair Booth and his expert opinion. He's been on the board longer than I have, but I just want to make sure that we've approved these and we're moving them on to their next step as scheduled. And I default to him on what he thinks is best in regards to the full board.
So if I may just clarify, so if we go with the option B, that just means that we're asking board leadership to convene a special meeting of the board where we will bring the ELA standards for their approval. And when we're there, then Member Klein and anyone else will be able to bring forth their amendments with the full board present, able to vote then and approve the entire full document at the conclusion of the meeting, and send it on its way to the next step.
I believe that's correct, sir.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Member Klein.
You originally talked about having a discussion with just the committee to go through these ideas. Is that something you still wanted to do at a later time since we're out of time today? Or are you saying bag that and just go straight to the full board special session?
And the options would be one or two. This, if you're talking a discussion, any board members can meet and have a discussion around items as long as they're not in a larger than 7. Is that accurate? Am I stating that correctly?
That's right. 8 or more would be a quorum. That would
Yeah.
trigger EMA.
So is there,
Okay.
go ahead, Board Member Klein.
I just said, okay. I was just acknowledging.
So
what you
is-
said.
Do you envision consolidating your items into motions instead of just individual ones? I'm just trying to get a feel for what this looks like. So that for one thing, it's not, anyways, what do you envision?
Yes. So I was working on that yesterday, consolidating, because there are a lot that are just in order to vertically align. There are a lot of repeats. And so trying to condense that into so that it's more streamlined and we can get through it a little bit more efficiently.
Do you believe it needs to be a special session Or is that something that can be done during a 2-hour time period in our regular board meeting?
I would still think it needs to be a special session, especially if, I mean, we still haven't addressed, I mean, one of my motions is that and I haven't fleshed this out as far as incorporating those specific grammatical terms and such into the standards so that they're actually assessed instead of just in a, what do you call it? Kind of like the core guides, but adding those into it. I have not done that. So I don't know if the writing committee wants to take that on or if, I mean, I know it was brought up today and I don't know that we came up with I don't know that we had any conclusive response to them on whether they would do that, or I don't think we made a motion specific to that, but that would be something I think needs to be addressed by the writing committee. And then I can make my other amendments. Maybe they can bring forward their ideas as far as incorporating those into the document on all grade levels, the specifics.
I wonder if we would need to make a motion for that versus, I don't know. You're back to, I mean, yes, this is, the writing committee probably wanted to respond, right? So I'm trying to understand how this works at this point, where we're at.
Right.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I just don't know what that looks like.
Right. And so maybe I would make a motion now that when we reconvene, so this would be amending her motion, so that when we reconvene as in the special full board session, that writing committee bring back their recommendations for integrating those specific writing conventions and grammatical and literary techniques and devices throughout the document. That could be their job, that they can bring those amendments in addition to what I'll present, the consolidated amendments that I have.
Okay, I don't know that. Okay, I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know that it's their job at this point to do that, but we've got to finish this motion.
Okay.
And we could do another. So I'm trying to just figure out what that looks like.
Yeah, it's my understanding that now any amendment you want to bring, Member Klein, you can bring to the full board. And I think that if the committee would like to sit down with you and help you work through those, that's fine. I don't feel like it's necessary. I'm prepared and ready to go for the full
That's
board.
fine. I'll work on amendments to try to incorporate that as well. If I just thought I'd give the writing committee that opportunity if they wanted it.
And they have your amendments too, if they do, want to.
Sarah Wibke is also, I've worked with her on some language, so that would be our staff member to reach out to. So
right, and I wouldn't want, whatever they recommend, I wouldn't want to or change what other amendments I have. Just integrating those specifics that we talked about, if they do. But I can reach out to them individually and try to come up with some amendments that are geared towards that specifically.
Okay. So I just want, so we do have this motion on the board. Do we feel like, because we're talking about a lot of stuff. So if we bring this back to board member Reel, Chair Booth, do you feel that that is where we are right now to vote on that? And it seems that we might have another, I don't know if it's another motion, but another vote that's needed to clarify what we're talking about, what we just talked about. Because I'm not seeing anything written down yet. So I don't know if we need a timeout, address board member Reels, come back and develop our plan
we
of
would
action.
need to do this and then act on, if this passes, then if it doesn't pass, then there might need to be another motion, this first, and then the continued dialogue. Is that what I'm trying to clarify am I understanding what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think the other thing that I'm not clear on is if Path B is a special session with full board, if this is allowing that the conversation that Natalie is having, if that is where this takes place, or if we have another committee meeting for discussion, for the sake of discussion. And then those specific things that are developed from that is where Member Klein or any other brings those amendments forward.
No, I think if Member Klein can work with any board member she wants to narrow down her amendments, or anyone else, I don't think the committee would put a recommendation forward off of Member Klein's without a formal meeting. Is that what you're asking? Maybe I missed.
Not even, I mean, that was an option, but I wouldn't view that as being a committee meeting that we would put forward recommendations. Because I think that would require a vote. Unless personally
Or bring us up to speed, Natalie.
Yeah.
We've read these. Now help us understand what you're thinking. Isn't that what you're thinking? Is the purpose of this so that we are approaching the full board meeting on top of our game, understanding what Natalie is proposing?
Natalie or Member Klein, is that?
If the
I think we're looking for a target, and
yeah, if the committee would like to meet and flesh that out, so that we can, be more united and going into the full board special session. We can do a formal meeting where, just for the committee to do that, or we can just take it to the full board and hash it out there, and we can meet together privately before that for those that are interested. I'm open to whatever the committee would like to do.
And my questioning comes to make sure that we understand what this motion does and does not entail for that special meeting.
So this would be, my motion is that we approve these standards as written with the new amendments. We move them on to the full board, and as member chair recommend, Path B would be a special session for the board on ELA standards. And then separate, so that's the first part. The second part is it, just like Member Klein was just explaining, if we still want to gather, but the writing committee is done after today. So we need to move these on to the full board. From there, if we want to meet, I don't feel comfortable asking staff or the writing committee to meet with us, but I feel great if some of us want to get together and hash through some of Member Klein's amendments. And if anyone wants to reach out to Sarah about questions they might have, that feels comfortable to me, but the writing committee is done. So it's really important to keep on process that we vote on this motion to move it to the full board with the recommendation of a special session to work through the ELA standards.
Do we want to add a date or at least a minimum? I mean, they're trying to get this done before the next.
You just can't add a date. I just don't think there's no way we can do it before the next board. The choice in doing this is we're choosing not to have it ready by the next board.
Okay.
That's the reality of it. If you choose
Okay.
yes on this, then you're saying we can't do this before the next board. I just don't think you can actually get everybody to, I'm just.
But either way, with it being a special full board session, we can still complete the English language standards. It wouldn't put it out another month after our special full board meeting, correct?
I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take for the meeting. I don't know when we'll be able to schedule it. I just got a text from a board member that said they're out of town, out of the country, and they want to be at the meeting. So we're talking a couple of weeks that someone's going to be gone. So you're talking 15 people versus for a special meeting versus having it next week and maybe condensing down what your intent is and seeing if we can do that in a couple of hours and maybe not. we just need to realize what this is. It's going to probably be May, possibly even later. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I just think we need to, the reality of it.
Member
So,
Earl,
yeah.
thank you for your expertise. I don't know the answer to special or full board. So I default on that sense, and I don't know if we can break this up. Maybe we could just say we vote to approve it and then we do another separate vote. But either way, I am with you. I want to stay on process. And so if you think it will be too complex to get a special session together, specifically for the ELA standards, since you're on leadership, you know way more than I do. And I'm happy to switch my motion to path A.
Well, I just think whichever way we go, you need to know what the realities are.
Right.
We've got 15 board members that we have to schedule, and we have all staff members to schedule, and then the courtesy of having some writing committee there so that it, just as we've done here, we can ask them questions. So it's not standards and assessment committee, it's the full board. So we can either, and the other possibility, see, I don't know. I just don't know. We'd have to have that discussion with leadership and see what the possibilities are.
Okay. So what if we send
But
it
what's
to?
most important today is that we vote on these as approved.
One way or the other. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So I
That's what
retract
I
my,
care most about.
my statement or my request to go with B. I was only saying that so that we would have adequate time out of deference to the work that Natalie has put into this. And if we can take the time or find a way to do it in the full board meeting, the regular meeting, I'm all for that. That's great. I just was going from 2 years of experience in full board meeting, regular meeting. We've never had 2 hours.
So if we go to full board meeting and we can't get through it all, then can we motion to call a special session to finish it?
A motion could be made during the meeting to go that direction. A special session, this one, okay, so I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. This, and we're talking processes, this process allows us to vote and pick one way or the other. The special session would have to then be approved date-wise and organized through leadership so that we can get everybody there. Does that make sense? But once we get to the board meeting, people can either move to approve the way they are. They could, yes, you're right. They could move to a special session. But if they approve a special session, if we don't get through everything, then also what takes place is then we have to that goes back to leadership, and we would have to try to schedule that. Does that make sense?
So either way, we need to pick one where we have time to get through it all. Whether it's in the full board and then extend it if we can't get it all done, or we just pick the special session to begin with so that we don't run out of time and have to, in the full board, and have to set up another special session to finish.
So that's, there's pros and cons to both, right? If we pick a regular board meeting, there's going to be some work then to help. I mean, if board member Klein, however she wanted to work that, so she can condense hers or consult, whatever, that's the reality. But that is an emotion going into the board meeting. That would be board member Klein's work with others that would work with her. Does that make sense? So you'd still have to bring your amendments or anyone else forward at whatever board meeting.
Correct.
But perhaps, just depending on how it rolls out would depend on whether or not.
We just have to make sure that it allows sufficient time to get through the amendments instead of being cut short simply because there's not sufficient time.
And I guess, and not knowing right now what that time needs to be looking like. That's the question too, right? Because we don't know. Anyways, we probably need to.
So we should start
make a decision, and then from there it can get worked on. Does that make sense? Whichever pathway we begin leadership. Go ahead.
May I ask a clarifying question, Chair? So it's been stated that after today, the writing committee is done after today. So 2 questions on that. The amendments that we just worked through, does that go back to the writing committee and they apply that? Or is that process a bit different? Because I'm just wondering if we are going to be hearing other possible amendments in full board or in a special session, where does writing committee come into this process? And this
So
can be,
Patty can maybe talk to this a little bit more. The writing committee will be at, it does say in our process that they will be at the full board to answer questions. Am I right in saying that, Brian? I'm not trying to speak out of turn. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Now, whether or not the writing committee continues to engage, I don't know what that looks like. So maybe Patty or Sarah could speak to that.
Isn't their work, as far as them incorporating things or taking suggestions, that work's done now? The only work
That's
that
done.
is being done is actual amendments, correct?
Yeah, that's
So for full clarification, the work of the writing committee is finished in addressing board member amendments going forward. They will be there as part of the process that is stated in our process for them to be able to answer any questions if called upon in the final meeting. So I also wanted to say on here, I've put both motions because I've heard both of them discuss back and forth. So I'm not trying to influence. I'm just trying to say the final motion is whether it's path A or path B, and then I have what either path would mean on there. So I have both on there because board member Real, I heard that your motion is what's in black, and then the decision point right now is what's in red. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most importantly, I want to make sure we move these on. We vote that as written, they're moving on to the next step. And then the discussion is the two options. And I, after hearing from Member Earl, recommend the full board, not a special session.
So is that your motion for clarification and I should erase the second one?
Yes, my motion is the first one, A.
So if we want a special session, we just vote no on this, and that means the same thing.
I don't think so, because there are two parts, because we have to move it forward. So that's why I was wondering if we could break it up into two motions.
yeah, I was just gonna say, can I make an
Oh, go ahead.
amendment to the motion? Amendment to the motion to separate these two out, so we keep things clear. So I would amend to approve P through 12 English language arts standards using path A.
Do we need to, should it say approve the standards, or should it just say motion to move standards forward on path A for final review and approval by full board?
Sounds right.
That would be probably right there.
Because we're not approving them today, just moving them forward.
Yes, because it's a draft is what we are moving a draft, but yes. Final draft.
Is that a friendly amendment? So that I made the change, but I want to make sure, is that a friendly amendment?
Looks good.
Is anybody opposed?
Nope.
No, I think we're good.
Great.
I would put on their draft. I just would put
It says draft
English
right there.
language arts
English
standards
language
draft.
arts draft. Yeah, because that's what oh, you do have that there. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was looking up above at the black, not at the red. It's there.
So we don't need to separate the two anymore.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Vice Chair, do you want to call for a vote?
Yes. All right, so do I just read again, just for clarification, do I read through that again to make it formal and then call for the vote? I believe
Yes.
so. Okay, all right, there's a motion to move P through 12 English language arts standards using path A for final draft review and approval by the full board in a regular meeting. Go ahead and place your vote, please.
That motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 opposed.
Is there any other clarifying items we need, or do you want a motion to adjourn?
If
I
we,
don't know
if
that
we-
I'm clear on what comes next as far as our committee and the discussion around Member Klein's amendments. I need,
So
some
my
intro-
understanding would
on this.
be Member Klein could meet with any board members as long as she doesn't exceed the, do you know what I mean? The 7 or more, I mean, 8. And so she could initiate that. Those would be still her amendments moving forward unless anyone else wanted to, you know, move one of the amendments forward. And so if she wanted to call and organize them, or if, you know, Vice Chair Green, you wanted to, that would be up to you. I don't know that the committee has a formal obligation. Does that make sense? But they may be interested in. Does that clarify? To me, that's what I'm seeing.
So no formal meeting for the committee,
No.
just informal gatherings or communications
For those, yeah.
up to 7
Now we
members
do,
of the board.
I do think the board meeting is next Thursday. We're going to try to see what we can do time-wise. It depends, right? We always, if we can move through the agenda, we have more time, that kind of thing. But with that in mind as well, and I'll reach out to rest of leadership. If you've got amendments, we need to decide today when those need to go to other board members. Do you know what I mean? Let's give a date so that we're all clear, so that any board member knows what that date is and that we can get behind it, right? And there's not any ambiguous understanding there.
So if we did it by Saturday, we have any amendments in? Or motions,
So
actual
let's say
motions?
Monday by Monday morning or so, I don't know. If you're saying Saturday, let's really say, you know,
Okay,
that anybody
let's-
that does emotions, we're letting them know it needs to be in by Monday at 9 or something. I don't know.
Monday's good. It gives people the weekend if their week is busy.
So we say Monday before noon. Does that sound reasonable? Then if people get up in the morning, you know, whatever, that gives time. So let's say Monday before noon is a recommended time so that people have the ability to review things.
We should probably make a motion on that. So it's set
May
in
I-
stone.
May I also add in who? Is that appropriate to send them to so that so that we can get them in that template? Is that appropriate for me to ask?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
Well, could you clarify that?
Yeah, I will put up on the board what I'm trying to put on the screen so that I've captured everything. So I have up there so far, amendments can everyone see my screen? Okay. Need to be turned into Andrea Curtin. This is what I'm saying. Do I add that in by Monday? What is the date on Monday?
3rd.
Monday, April 3rd by noon. Amendments need to be turned into Andrea Curtin by Monday, April 3rd by noon. Now, this is something that would be needed to communicate to the full board because they might also be submitting amendments at the time. So Vice Chair Earl, I'm perhaps leaving that at your doorstep.
I think we would want to send that out first thing tomorrow morning, right? And then I think if there's a resource to access board member Klein's, even though those aren't finished, it may be of interest for other board members, what possibly is coming forward. I don't know, board member Klein, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, don't we have your amendments? We just don't have the motions, right?
Correct.
So
You don't have the
you want
condensed
those
motions.
Do you want those sent to the full board?
I can get those together to send it. That's how I will present it. When I turn it in by Monday at noon.
Right.
It'll
but-
be in motion format with any
But
additional
will you-
amendments that I've added.
The current amendments, do we want to, I think we need to let others access, so even though they're not
Oh, sure.
finished. Does that make sense?
Sure,
I just
yeah,
wanna
that's
make sure
fine. They
that's
can look
okay
at
with
them
you.
sooner. You bet.
Okay, are there
But don't
any
we already
other?
have them?
Yes,
You were
What
turned
you-
in.
Andrea, you have access to that, right? Okay, so that's what we would forward on to the full board.
And I would
So
also
good.
forward the most up-to-date draft that after the amendments that were made today.
So yes, both of those probably need to go out.
And the draft that we worked off of prior. So because my amendments as I put forward are based on what we were amending today, not what the draft is now that amendments have been made.
So Patty, when would that be available to send out to others? Is there work that needs to be cleaned up, any cleanup work, or, okay, so that may actually take another day, maybe, I don't know. Am I?
Yes, I'm looking at Sarah Whipke because it would be her team and Andrea that would be doing this draft. So they would need to go back and anything that was already approved, just making sure so that we don't do something and it looks like we're doing something wrong behind the scenes. So what would happen is we'd go back through and anything that was already approved, we would take off. But then there's the question of if it wasn't approved, do we leave it on? For example, if Board Member Klein, if you had put something forward in this meeting and it didn't get approved, does that need to remain on or does that then come off that sheet?
Well, I would think leave it on and
Okay.
then I can exit out if I don't need it going
Okay.
forward, if my amendments are sufficient. But then it's there and I can look at it and see if I need to incorporate it in my new amendments.
So what we would do is we would put it into the same template if you send this on to us. And then we would be able to apply it to the template that we have. And this would be a common template that you would see, but it would just be updated. And then instead of this column right here, we would have, instead of the writing committee rationale, in that column, we would have approved, approved by writing committee.
So one question, I don't think you're going to want to go through all board members' current motions. We just want to send that document out. When she has her final one ready, that's when we put that in. Am I right in saying that? I want to be clear.
That would be actually more helpful.
Because otherwise you're going to put a lot of little things in there that's going to take up okay.
Yeah. Unless you want to condense them all.
No, board member Klein, is that work for you if we did it that way?
If they condense it based on the vertical alignment?
No. That when your amendments in on noon on Monday, then it will go into this document. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to have clarification from Andrea and Sarah that you're clear on what needs to happen next.
Yes. Also, can I just make a recommendation or maybe a suggestion? Maybe it needs to be a motion to direct staff, but when we do standards in the future, I just think it would be super helpful if we had the vertical alignment in front of us. So instead of it's all, or both ways, so that it's by grade all the way through, and then also by strand and standard, so that you can see first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth, all the way together to see how they evolve. One strand or one standard evolves from grade to grade, all at a glance.
Yes.
And I think that would make the amending process way easier if it was organized that way to begin with. But it'd be nice to have it both ways so you can see how it flows from beginning to end, but also so we can see how the standard evolves from grade to grade right there next to each other.
Yes.
Instead of having to go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, and Board Member Klein, if I could, and I know that we're after and we haven't voted, this hasn't, the one's been voted on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but I just for clarity, I want to, Sarah, if you could bring up Sarah Whipke, if you could bring up that document and see if this meets Board Member Klein's needs, that vertical alignment document that she's talking about, if this would meet the needs that was that you're talking about, or if you would like something different.
Yes, we provided it for the 30-day board feedback, so we don't have a new one since then, but I can provide an old one, or do you?
Yes, just put up the old one.
An old one's fine.
Okay, it'll just take a moment.
Is that relevant to our motion here, or is that something that can be sent on? Board Member Klein, do you think there needs to be specifics right now, or is that something that could be sent on to you?
That can be sent on. I just think going forward, as we work on standards like this, big sets of standards, that would be super helpful. It would be a lot less confusing on the going back when you have to go back and forth and compare grade to grade and strand to strand, on how it's evolving, and if we're trying to more easily vertically align when we're doing amendments.
Can I ask, Andrea,
I think that was in board backup for last month, that document that Sarah was gonna pull up,
I
so.
saw,
So like 2W1, 3W1, 4W1, 5W1, that's all like right next to each other.
We can send that to you so that you can see it.
Okay.
Does this need to be a final motion, what I have right here? It doesn't
Just
need to
screen
be a
back up.
motion? Oh, sorry. And it was just that full recommendation, or the full motion amendment needs to be into Andrea Curtin by Monday, April 3rd by noon, to be placed into a motion template for full board review.
so move.
I can't make that motion. I can't make that.
I'll make the motion.
I'm so sorry.
I'll make the motion. I move to amend, I move the amendments need to be turned into Andrea Curtin by Monday, April 3rd by noon, to be placed into a motion template for full board review.
question? Point of clarity here. I feel like, are we back where we were when we started? That we are prohibiting any amendments being able to come forth organically?
I don't think we ever
The
can
board,
prohibit that.
I don't think this, to me, this allows, if we set a time frame, it allows people to be able to access the information so that they can make a vote. Of course, you're right. I guess technically anybody could still bring it forward on the day of the board meeting. The difficulty is people wouldn't have access. If this recommendation gives staff the ability to put it in some format that's usable both for them and for us, making it more convenient. I see what you're saying. We want to be careful. We don't limit the ability to maybe organically make motions, right? Or move.
But we
things.
can minimize the number that needs to be made on the spot. by doing
Brian,
this.
Patty, are we interpreting that this way? Or are we?
Yeah, I think on the spot, you can bring up motions. It's just not as effective and efficient when you have it ahead of time. And then one of the things you might, just to be more specific on the motion, it's individual board members' proposed amendments need to be turned in. Otherwise, it could be interpreted as like committee amendments. I'm just thinking if the other 10 board members see this, they might not understand the context of what you're intending. So individual board like proposed amendments.
May be able to submit amendments
Yeah.
to
Okay.
Andrea Curtin.
So can I clarify then? So we just said that you can bring up motions on the fly
Yes.
is what you just said. So
Always.
where does this work though, where we were earlier in the meeting and there was a motion that was presented, but it was outside of the scope? So in what regard are we saying that we can bring motions up on the fly, but
it wasn't allowed.
but we couldn't?
So Emily, if I'm
really looking for, I just want some stability in, so I know how to engage in this process.
my
would say-
understanding, you could go ahead.
Well, I would say you have different scopes. This board had a narrower scope of work, but the full board next month will have a broad scope of work.
And when we started our meeting, if you remembered the framework, there was a framework we established, right? I don't know that it was voted upon. It was what we kind of said, this is what we're going to do. The chair ruled on something. I'm just saying, and then
I thought that I was just doing what you wanted me to do, Emily, based on my perception of what you said at the beginning of the meeting, that we would take any new things that weren't part of the 30-day period as long as they were connected to any of Jenny's amendments, so that it was still moving Jenny's amendments along the way. And so if I'm wrong, I'm so sorry, because I wasn't trying to shut down.
In Robert's rules, one of the steps is that you approve the agenda at the beginning of the meeting so that everybody says, okay, this is we all agree this is how it's going to roll out. And so we have not typically done that in committee meetings or in full board meetings.
Well-
We just, board leadership sets the agenda and we don't really get a say in that.
That's not, okay.
But
We
usually
do
the
actually,
agenda
because
is
we
set
have
and
to
then
do
the-
we have to do an open public meeting. So
Right.
in essence, we
Yes.
can't really change that either.
And the bylaws allow leadership to set
Yes.
the agenda. It's in a bylaw.
Yeah, it is. in the
Bylaws
bylaw.
allow board members to submit things.
Right,
so-
but the framework itself that was introduced at the beginning of this meeting was not on the agenda. It was just presented at the beginning of the meeting. And so.
Right, it was agreed upon engagement.
Well, I
and-
didn't agree upon it, but everybody else did.
Okay, well.
Okay. Well, and it didn't prohibit that amendment from coming forward. It just delayed it. So we probably need to finish so we can.
Well, and
we've got staff
let
on
me
here,
just
so-
ask.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just ask one more question then. Can we create a deadline for the full board without a full board vote?
No.
It's still not a deadline. It's just a recommended, try to get them in by
Okay.
this time.
And-
It does not preclude or prohibit anybody from bringing amendments forward later. It's just a courtesy to the board to send them in early.
Okay,
So then I'm wondering if it's not a motion, then it's just a recommendation.
Yeah. Yep. Because then this would bind all the other board members as well.
No, it wouldn't. You cannot bind the full board. A committee cannot do that here. You just. be
Right, so
binding
then
yourselves.
so it's a suggestion. It can't be a motion.
Correct. Okay. So, but what we are trying to do right now is have our committee communicate with the full board in anticipation of what's coming up from our committee in full board meeting. This is some steps that we're taking to help alleviate some time burden and possible, confusion or streamline our discussion so that we can be more effective in that group of time that we're allotting for standards and assessment committee. Is this right?
Yeah, so that language that's on the screen, it says need to be turned in. That infers or implies that this is a must, and so that should probably be changed to be a request. Please try to get your amendments in by 12 o'clock if you want them added to the document for ease of use in the board meeting or something to that effect.
My next question too, I guess this would be, should do this after the meeting, but Chair Booth, Patty, as we're having our meeting, planning what our agenda items will be, do you think that this time will allow us to know how much time we are going to ask during full board meeting on our agenda that we put forward? And I ask that because if we feel that it's a lot of time, then do we feel that a special session for this would be more beneficial? Because I think that time would probably influence if we're taking path A or path B.
What,
We already voted path A.
Unless we
Well,
revote.
we-
We've already voted on that. so-
Somebody could bring it back.
Yeah, I was going to say that something, since you called on me, something that's happened in the past, and this did happen with social studies as well, is it can be placed at the end of the agenda and then have it be the next time study session so that it goes into the next day. That's something that could happen. It could be, it depends. We've had before where this is brought to the full board and it's approved as is. I mean, there's all kinds of things where it could actually be 10 minutes or it could be 4 hours. And so I think that it's a variable. And so in thinking this through, I would think that perhaps it's going to take at least probably a minimum of 2 hours on the agenda, if not 4, with the board. And then if it goes longer than that, that would be, we've had board meetings go till midnight, but I don't know. I guess it would be placement on the board agenda.
Okay, we do need to, we're about 30 minutes over. actually longer than that. If there's anything that needs to be clarified, let's do it real quick and then we need to let staff.
Jenny,
Yeah.
would it, I mean, if you put it on the agenda during the day and for 2 hours, say, and we didn't get through it all, then could you also put it at the end of the agenda as a kind of a carryover if need be?
I can't speak for leadership, but I can.
Well, that's a thought.
I can take that recommendation to them.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've got to look back at the schedule and see. And once again, it depends. We aren't really good about moving through our agenda as it is. If we can be on top of things, if people know that's why if amendments are coming forward and people know where they're, the direction they're going to take, then it just moves that quickly.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and then I have, if I may, another question. Chair. I am just wanting to ask the writing committee. Sorry, it just left my brain. Sorry, I will hurry. Okay, so over the next week, as we are finalizing any further amendments, can we reach out to the writing committee to troubleshoot or clarify questions or current amendments so that we can also maybe do some work before this, which would help other things that we might, yes.
I think I know what Patty's going to say. I think we have to go
Work
through
through
staff
Sarah.
and let her, yeah.
Yeah, work
Patty,
through
go ahead.
Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, are you okay to? Some of us might be best friends in the next week as needed.
Yes, you can send it to Naomi and I both, and we can address that with the writing committee as fit.
Okay, so do we feel the committee members, do we have anything that we are unclear about? Do we have any approaches that we aren't clear on that we can ask at this point to make sure that we are on the same page?
I think a lot of them have had to go home because they thought it was ending at 6. So I don't know how many more we have left that are still able to.
Are you talking, you're not talking writing, are you? Emily?
I was talking writing committee.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, maybe reach out to Sarah. Like I said, we do need to end. I've got a couple things I'm already pushing off, so.
Okay. All right, if we feel good, what are we?
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay.
Okay, we can vote on that. Okay, have a good night. Thanks everyone for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.